Hello and welcome to our new King of Nordic Overwatch tournament. I am Lovi and I will be your host and caster, and next to me is...
Sang is my name and I'll be your second caster tonight.
And we're gonna explain our format, because we're doing a little bit of a weird format today in true King of Nordic style. And one of our famous King of Nordic characters has made a very nice video to help us out. Take it away, Max.
Hi there everybody, my name is Max and I'm here to briefly explain how the bracket works in the King of Nordic Overwatch Cup. Now, the King of Nordic Overwatch Cup works basically just like any other tournament, but in true King of Nordic style, we've added just a little bit of a twist to it. Now, every week there will be 4 teams representing their countries, except for in the first show, where there will be 5. Now, why we're having 5 teams in the first show, but not the rest of them, is because we have 5 nations: Sweden, Finland, Denmark, Norway, and Iceland. But only one of them can qualify for the upcoming playoffs each week. And just to clarify, the nation that wins one week cannot participate the week after, but they are more than welcome to try again with a new team 2 weeks from winning. And that's it really, it's just as simple as that. Now sit back, relax and enjoy the rest of the show.
And just as Max said, this format is pretty much like our normal King of Nordic bracket, except for that the winning team, instead of staying, has a guaranteed place in the playoffs. And the playoffs is where your team gets to face the professional teams for a prize pool of $5,000. You can sit at home and go for a prize money of 5,000. That's pretty awesome.
That is pretty awesome indeed. I would like to do that always if I wasn't casting.
Right, that's a lot of bills that you can pay if you have an apartment and it's responsible. But then how do you join us here in this tournament to face these pro teams and to go for this prize pool? Sang.
Well, yeah, you're gonna join and look at some of these web pages, because if you're from Sweden, you're gonna look at publiclear.se. If you're from Iceland, you're looking at esports.is. Norway is gamer.no. Denmark is esport.dk. And for Finland, it's fel.gg.
And to get an impact here on the game as a viewer, you might want to talk to us, you might want to comment on the game, say some awesome stuff about what you saw on the stream. Then you can either go to our hashtag King of Nordic on Twitter, we're also at King of Nordic at Twitter, or you can go to our Facebook page, facebook.com/King of Nordic. We're King of Nordic everywhere to keep it simple for you guys. And we will really soon go into the game, and the first game today will be between the team Sweden and Iceland.
Yeah.
And for the Swedish team, we have the players Lidano, Eure, Natibi, Shades, Velan and Sartas.
And for Iceland, we got Finzi, Sylvanas, Engi, Theory, Clocky, and Arnar Thor. And of course, it's Alliance who is playing for Iceland.
And for Sweden, we have Team Bringos. And some interesting things about both teams is that 2 of the players, Finsis and Arnar Thor for Iceland, is actually playing for the team that will represent Iceland in the Overwatch World Cup. Sorry for the pronunciation. And for the Swedish team, we also have a very high ladder team currently. They're actually one of the top 10 teams in Europe and one of the top 20 teams in the world.
Yeah,
So this will be some
Sweden.
really interesting matches that we will see today. Hopefully it will be very close. It will be a very interesting matchup because we will see some high quality gameplays even before we get to see the pro teams. And I think we actually had a tweet somewhere here, right?
I'm not sure. Do we?
I don't know. Maybe we already have contact with the outer world.
Well, we'd like to. I mean, it's sort of lonely in here. It's just
Yeah.
you and me.
Just you and me.
You
Two
and
guys,
me,
one
and
camera.
the camera, of course, and the
Yeah.
viewers.
The viewers.
So we got that going for us, which is nice.
But, you know, to communicate with the viewers, we have to read your tweets and we have to comment about them because we will actually read them out here in stream whenever we have time at hashtag King of Nordic. But I also heard some information about that the banning phase for these two teams with the map veto has already started. So I think we'll kick it over to there already. And to do some explaining, Asian Valden is the first ban here, but that's because currently the Asian Valden was not implemented when we started our qualifiers for this week. So we kind of want to give the players 2 weeks of practice on this map. And now it has been out for 1 week, so we can't use it in this Wednesday. But next Wednesday, we will see Asian Valden as one of our maps. So it's actually Sweden who will be the first banning team, and they banned the Gibraltar.
Yeah, not too surprising there. Going for
Actually
the
not.
Gibraltar.
And we will see Route 66 coming out from Iceland. Both of these maps are a push, when you push the payload, a payload map. And often they're not too favorable because there is some advantage points that you need on these maps to be able to push through with your team or to defend with these teams. But we also see Volskaya and Lijiang Tower, which Volskaya is an assault map where you have to defend the 2 points, or as the attacking team, you have to capture point A and point B in order to get your points and then attack again until you are the team with the most points. Lijiang Tower, on the other hand, is an assault map where you have to battle for like a King of the Hill format, true King of Nordic style, where you have to control the map for as long as possible to get your percentage and in the end get your point for the map. Temple of Anubis is also, like Volskaya, an assault map where you have to capture point A and point B. None of these bans are too surprising currently. They are some maps that might need some more tactical advantage and some more team planning than some other maps.
Yeah, we got another ban as well, and we should probably mention that it's the three remaining maps are going to be played, but the last remaining map will be the first one, and the second and the third one are going to be depending on which teams who wins.
Exactly. If you never watched an Overwatch tournament before, then you might not be
Too familiar, I mean.
Yeah, too familiar. Might not know how the format has been built up, and it's been built up the way that the teams will ban all the maps except for one, and the 3 last maps remaining will be the ones that will be played. And as you mentioned, the first map we will see will be the last banned map, and then the losing team will choose which map is gonna be played next. And after that, the losing team, if we go to 3 rounds, is gonna choose the third map.
Yeah, so we got Nepal and Kings Row banned as well, while waiting for Sweden to pick their 5th ban, and then we're going to actually know which maps we're going to see. So this is
Exactly.
an exciting ban right now. It might be Dorado, Hollywood, Nobani, or Hanamura, and I know that you'll get a special spot in your heart for Hanamura.
Absolutely. This is where we see the awesome trailer for both Hanzo and Genji. It's a little bit more Hanzo themed since it's his map, but still, the video that the Blizzard did for this was an absolutely stunning animation. And we will see Hanamura, Dorado, and Hollywood. And Hanamura is one of the assault maps where you have to capture 2 points. Dorado is a push the payload, and Hollywood is another push the payload map. So we will actually see 2 payload maps and 1 assault map this game.
I quite like the payload maps, and it's a really good situation for champions like Reinhardt, just sitting there with the payload, pushing it forward.
Absolutely.
You have to break through his shield, and Dorado is going to be the first map to be played for tonight. So I'm excited. I mean, this is game number 1 in this entire series.
This is the first game you will ever watch in the King of Nordic Overwatch Cup. And Dorado is a pretty interesting map because it has a lot of potential chokeholds and bottleneck spots for the defending team to really shine and to really wipe out the attacking team to give them a really big setback.
Yeah, and just to remind you guys, it's Sweden versus Iceland. It's Bringos versus Alliance, and of course, we're probably gonna be rooting for Sweden, aren't we?
Yeah, of course. as some of you might know, some of our true King of Nordic fans that are here, whatever we produce, we are Swedish and we will always root for Sweden. But Iceland is our newest competitor and they have been here and they came in big, and we're gonna see them perform today because they want to show that they're a part of the Nordic and they want to show us that they're actually the King of Nordic.
Yeah, and I mean, Iceland is actually one of our stronger competitors.
Absolutely. Today, Sweden and Iceland are two of our strongest competitors and they're facing off in the first match. So it will be a really interesting map, 3 strategic maps for them to play on with some big players and some big spots for big plays. A lot of big things are gonna go down today.
Yeah, and looking forward to the playoffs. I mean, these teams want to qualify as soon as possible for the playoffs and for the shot at getting $5,000 for their team, and also, of course, the honor of winning the King of Nordic Cup.
Absolutely.
Prepare to attack.
And I just want to comment on a thing. Even if you're not getting the prize pool, just the opportunity to stand next to a pro team and show the world that you can perform against a pro team. This is a big chance to tell the world that you're an up-and-coming pro team and that the world should look out for you. Because maybe you're the next Envious. Who knows? Maybe you will go unbeaten for so long that you will become a legend in the Overwatch community. Because if we look at Envious, they have only been beaten 13 times in all the matches they have played. And the most recent one was Rogue who beat them, which is one of our invited teams.
Yeah.
I think
Now we're
I've
gonna
got
focus
this,
on
old man.
this game, and on the blue side it is actually it's supposed to be Alliance on the blue side. I'm fairly sure with Finnish Theory, Arnathor, Clarky, Ingi, and Sylvanas.
Absolutely, you're totally right. And on the red side, we will see Sweden with Shades, Villain, Eeyore, Sartas, Naribi, and Lidano. And I just want to comment on the picks because there's some, I don't want to say surprising picks, but some new picks to the Overwatch Pro scene, because Hanzo has recently been buffed with his hitbox again. His arrows, they had a 2-bit hitbox again, according to Blizzard, and they nerfed them. But by nerfing them, they totally reduced his playtime in all of the competitive play. So they
Let's keep it moving.
went
Yeah,
back.
they sort of retracted.
Yes, they
what did.
retracted that debuff, or not the debuff, but the nerf.
We're looking at Shades right now on the Hanzo. Just looking for some damage. Immediately gets taken out.
And here you can see one of the earliest fights in the game, where the two snipers, or the two kind of players that look out for the enemy teams for picks, are having the first battle and deciding how fast the push will go to the first chokehold. And we see that Sylvanas will immediately pick out, or not Sylvanas, sorry, but Shades will immediately pick out Sylvanas and go on top of that sniper.
Yeah, so got a little bit of a problem here holding on to the payload at the moment. Now to be honest, Reinhardt going for the front, taking a little bit of damage even through the shield. The shield is about to break. There it goes. They're trying to push the payload, but it's not gone very far. Sort of a difficult situation here. It's quite a choke point they're going through, but here's the brute force going through it. There's a team, and they are on it. It's a great push at the moment.
And you also have to look out for this. We see this, here Sylvanas uses his ult that is very scary when you're in this tight chokehold. You really have to look out for these big impactful ults that can change the whole dynamic of the fight. Ults like Hanzo's and Reinhardt's, together with something like a Zarya, can completely wipe your team at this chokehold, and that is something you don't want to see early, because then you have to reset, you have to go back to the point, and you have to try to set it up for your team to push through.
Protect the payload.
So at the moment, Shades is here. Trying to scout out just a little bit. It's a sniper versus sniper situation. No headshots so far. It's a Hanzo versus Hanzo. It's also a little bit scary. One shot could decide it in just a second, but nothing's gonna happen so far at least. Ingi here. And no ult so far for him. Gonna have that at the moment. Got a great overview. The payload still pushing. It's quite hard for Iceland to push it back at the moment.
Currently it will actually be very hard for Iceland. Right now they're just stacking up their ultimates because they know that Sweden will soon push to the next chokehold, where Iceland has their big time to shine and completely wipe Sweden with their ultimates. We see Inge with his ultimate up, together with Arnathor. This is a really great combo. If Reinhardt hits the big...
Oh, there's the Graviton Surge. A great combo is hitting. no one's dead so far. It's a great counterplay there. Shot just barely missing. Shield is up. He's gonna save this one. Probably will lose for a second, but not too long. Not if he goes down. Immediate resurrection. Another Graviton Surge is being used. And Fantasy is dealing some heavy damage, but now finally goes down.
And here you see exactly what Iceland didn't want to happen. They used their ults a little early, trying to push Sweden back and looking for that wipe, but Sweden was just too strong on counter-ulting. With the Resurrection and then the Graviton Surge coming out by Iceland to try to just win some time for the against Sweden while they're just pushing. They're mercilessly pushing here, building up their ults. Reinhardt already has his ult together with the Death Blossom and Reaper, which is a really scary combo for Iceland. Iceland really has to save Theory's Resurrection here, and they also need to save Zenyatta's Iris, because right now we see what's happening. The Dragon comes out, counters Zenyatta's ulti, and now Iceland has to back off or go aggressive.
He's trying his best to get Mercy down. It's quite hard through the shield. Anyways, in a little bad position here. We've got Lidano dealing on some damage here. Shield is gonna stop that. Twin Dragon just avoids it. There's Resurrection from Iceland being used. Only one Resurrection from what I could see. A great Earth Shatter is gonna bring us another kill. And there's a Klaki as well. Has gone down. Sweden is on the move here, trying to break through the shield. They get through it. There's Arnathor as well. I think Sweden is gonna gut this game in the bag.
Sweden definitely has this game sang, because as you saw, once again, Iceland was actually caught off guard. They were trying to go for the high ground, setting up that team wipe, but Sweden were just too strong and too fast at pushing. They scouted out their high grounds, they scouted out their offensive players like McCree, and also they scouted out Reinhardt and Zenyatta, which made them use Zenyatta's defensive ult, which they really needed for when the attacking team wanted to go and ace and clean the Icelandic team.
So now it's time for the switching of the sides. Iceland this time will be the attacking team, while Sweden will be defending. And so far Sweden looked, I mean, so overpowered in comparison, but I mean, this is quite a fast-paced game, and it's not always what it looks like.
Absolutely. And teams can also favor either attacking or defending. And what we saw Sweden do, why they came on top on Iceland, was because Sweden positioned themselves much quicker than Iceland did. Sweden looked for the positions where Iceland tried to defend. If they had a high ground, they immediately tried to either shoot an ultimate up there to try to lure them out, or to get out of the high ground as soon as possible so that they could clean the whole team with maybe a Sori or a Reinhardt ulti. And we saw them doing this very effectively. And Iceland actually didn't have a big answer to this, because they were forced pretty quickly to blow some of their most defensive ultimates, which they really want to save for the big fights. When they're looking to clean Sweden, they really need to have one Sori ult or a Reinhardt ult, and they really want to back it up with either a Lucio ult or a Zenyatta ult. And since Klaki needed to use his ultimate prematurely because of Hanzo's really well aimed ultimate, Sweden know that they could go in for this team wipe, and that they had a really big chance on Iceland, because if we also saw the Resurrection, which is something that Sweden were looking for. They were looking to either pick off Mercy or get her to use the Resurrection early, because then they know that now there's nothing that can stop this snowball, and that they can push the point to the end.
Alright, so round 2 is about to start. Sweden again is positioned in the choke point. So for the first meters, not much is gonna happen. Both teams know this. Got Finzi on the front line, trying to deal some damage through the Reinhardt shield. Not able to deal too much. There's the fire blow as well.
I just want to comment on something pretty interesting. Shades is actually going with the Pharah here, which is something very unusual for this patch, because Pharah is actually in a disadvantage currently, because McCree has a really good chance of picking her out with his steady aim and his high damage on those headshots. So if Igni or even Sylvanas can pick her out of the air, they will actually lose a player really quickly, and the team kinda has to build around the Pharah, because the Pharah is one of those cleaning ults potential. They want to keep her alive, and they want to make sure that she can stack up her ultimate as soon as possible. They want to defend her, and they want to make sure that she's always topped off on health, so that she can go up there, make herself vulnerable with high risk, high reward by cleaning the big team.
And here's a big attack coming up. Huge charge there. 1 kill so far. Quite able to see 3 kills actually, going really fast right now. And not a great situation for Iceland with that push. Sweden almost cleans them all up, but Resurrections are about to go on. So they're about to respawn right now. Not Resurrection, of course, that's not the ulti, but the respawns. Sedano almost dead there.
We can see Sweden go a little bit more aggressive here because now they know they both have Mercy and Pharah ult. So even if the McCree dies on the high ground, they actually have some potential to still clean the attacking team. Iceland must be more careful because their Mercy ult is not up. They don't even have a Mercy currently, and they didn't have either the Lucio or the Zenyatta ultimate, so they didn't have any pressure. They know that they couldn't push pressure on Sweden, and so did Sweden know.
Oh, there's the Deadeye. It's about to be used. Not sure how many died. This is 3 kills. Iceland deals some heavy damage onto Sweden, but there's the Resurrection as well. Together with the barrier, a great combination is going to keep Sweden alive. 2 players dead, Sartus and Shades are dead in the end. So Iceland are pushing, but it's a 4 versus 4 at the moment. That's a dead Hanzo as well. While Finns is dealing some damage, getting hit by the charge. Naughty B, very low on HP, trying to use his barrier to stay alive and will survive this actually. He's got the Earth Shatter as well, so he's just waiting for the opportunity to use it while getting healed.
What happened here is that the Icelandic team did a really good engage. They made everything correctly. They countered the Pharah really quickly, which made them win the first fight. But their problem was that they did not have the potential to pick out Mercy, which makes her such a scary pick, because then all of a sudden you use all of your ultimates to clean out the enemy team, and she just resurrects them back up, and you have to do it all over again, but this time without ultimates, which makes the Swedish team come back up on top, because now Sweden can use their ultimates instead and just counter the Finnish push without them actually having the time to react about it. They don't have any defensibles, they don't have any defensibles, which makes them really weak against Sweden at this show call.
Yeah, Sweden is doing a great job pushing Iceland back at the moment. Not using too many of their ultimates as well. That's the Graviton Surge going in. High noon it is, and that's a 3-man kill for Lidano. Almost a 4, but that was a great combination with the Graviton Surge. That's the 4th kill, and Iceland not looking too happy at the moment. About maybe to lose one more of their players. Just a few more seconds left, and Sweden takes game number 2 as well. 2-0.
That was actually round number 2 in match 1.
Right, it's of course.
Just to keep the confusion out of the way.
Yeah, but it's the rounds
Yes.
as well, and yeah.
There's a lot of things to keep track of in Overwatch. This might be confusing very fast if you don't play the game.
My English is probably the most confusing part of it sometimes. It's like match, and it's a round, and it's a game.
What is that?
Like, it's weird, isn't it?
Yeah. But, I mean, our King of Nordic viewers have done with the French guys, so I think they're pretty used to this. And here we see exactly why the Icelandic team lost. We see a little bit of VM here from Stardust, but that is fair. This is why the Icelandic team lost that fight. The Icelandic team did not look for the Mercy in time. They did a really good engage. They totally caught Sweden off guard with all the offensive ultis, but Sweden kinda had the Mercy in their back pocket, rescuing them from their mistake, which made them come back on top. They quickly regrouped and used all their ultimates in order. They comboed them up, and Iceland couldn't respond with the Mercy because the Mercy was picked up faster from the Swedish team than the Icelandic team.
Yeah, it was a very smart play as well, because as a Mercy, you're always a high prio target, but if you can stay alive, and especially with the positioning of that Resurrection, I mean, that was pretty flawless, and even though the BM at the end sort of spoiled it just a little bit, just
cheeky, yes.
left a little bit of a bad taste in the mouth, I gotta say it was a well-deserved play of the game.
It was a very well-deserved play of the game, and this is exactly what you're looking at doing as a Mercy player. You want to heal up your team going into the fights. You want to heal up all the picked off targets. There might be some trading, some snipes. Since we have seen 2 Hansos this game, there was no doubt that there was going to be snipes, and Mercy is a great character for nullifying these snipes because she has 60 healing per second, which makes the snipes House of Snipe can at maximum deal 150 damage. That is only 3 seconds for Mercy to nullify that one shot, which makes the player that got sniped get back into the fight really quickly. And as soon as she has topped off everybody, when the fight breaks out, Mercy kinda wanna disappear. She wanna go undercover, she wanna hide somewhere until she needs to resurrect the rest of the team, so that the team knows that they can go super hard into the fight with no fears and just focus 100% on picking on their priority targets. And we saw Starters doing this flawlessly this game. I also want to comment about the perfect positioning of the McCree in the end. McCree used a super nice positioning on the high ground. He kind of lurked up there, going unnoticed by the Icelandic team, where they were gonna, when they tried to push for the chokehold once more, which made them kinda caught off guard by the Graviton Surge landing behind the payload, which set up the McCree Deadeye perfectly for him to pick off 3 targets instantly, which made a huge impact in the last fight. And then the Zenyatta kinda had to panic ult to try to keep the payload from going into an overtime and losing them the game, but he was knocked up. I think it was from Reinhardt, I'm not 100% sure, but we saw him fly up to the high ground, which made him an easy target for McCree so that he could flashbang him, do some damage so that Zenyatta had to panic down to the rest of his team and became an easy pickup. And the next map we're going to play is actually Hanamura. Since this is not a push the payload map, we might see a totally different playstyle from both of these teams, which is going to be really interesting. It's a little bit the same playstyle, but you have much bigger chokeholds, you have much bigger engages when you get into the point that you have to defend or that you have to attack, which might bring out some new characters from both teams. We might see some flanker here to try to take out the more immobile healers, because at an assault point, your healers will be mostly immobile. The Lucio will hang back a little bit more at the point to be ready to use his sound barrier for when the enemy team really goes into the point. Same with Mercy. Mercy will hang back probably in some corner and just wait for that big resurrect when your team has been wiped on the point. And that's why we might see maybe a Genji, or we might even see a Tracer. And as I say that, we actually see Team Sweden bringing out the Genji.
Yeah, and I mean, I like to see Genji being played. It's such a high play-making sort of
Absolutely.
champion. I'm also so interesting in Finzi maybe picking up a Mei over here.
I'm not actually too surprised by this. Mei has not made a great impression in the pro scene for a very long time, which made Blizzard concerned about her playstyle. And what concerned them the most was that...
Reinhardt, we need to find you some new tools.
Oh, we see some really nice, good communication here between Reinhardt and Lucio. I love these small, quirky things in the games. And Reinhardt, he's a really big and strong man, so of course he listens to no other than Hasselhoff.
Obviously.
Obviously. But to get back, Mei, she has been kind of weak because, first of all, her ulti didn't make too much of an impact when it was, oh god, sorry for the choke there, when it was thrown out, because the defending team or the attacking team could have had too many counters to it. It didn't go through the shields of Reinhardt or Winston, and it was only 8 meters in diameter, which made it pretty easily for mobile targets such as Genji to get out of it before it had any real impact. But now it goes through shields. Blizzard upped it up to make it a 10 feet radius, which makes her ultimate a much bigger impact on the point. And also
comment as well that there's no Zarya for Sweden this game.
Sweden as an attacking team might not want this Zarya, but D.Va and Winston is the much better pick for Sweden at this point, I think, because they can go really quickly in and really aggressive and really pressure those players of the Icelandic team that might want to lurk back. And that's what I think we see here. Iceland's tanks just get in, Sweden's tanks, I'm sorry, Sweden's tanks just get in there super fast, pressure all the immobile targets that want to hang back and really pressure the enemy team from a range. Makes them have a threat in their face so that the flanker Genji and also Widowmaker can get some snipes and some picks off really early in the game, which results in Sweden taking the first point really quickly and not really easily, but fairly easily.
Yeah, and Sweden, I mean, they're taking that first point like in seconds. Well, now going for point B. See Shades was their first onside, going in for the rush, positioning himself. Here comes Lidano as well. Snipe immediately picks off Clarky. Going for yet another kill, looking for the headshot. Quite a hard time getting through the shield there.
sight.
And this is so important. Their Genji scouted ahead, just as the flanker he's supposed to be. He scouted ahead, told his team, they're all in the high grounds, we have some snipe potential. And Widowmaker just went in there, sniped out the biggest threat, their Zenyatta, because if the Zenyatta had the time to ultimate in that chokehold, Sweden would look at a much worse situation with someone as Widowmaker and Genji not being able to go into close quarters.
Oh, Shade's in a bit of trouble. Gets eliminated by Finzi, and Finzi is still going for it, dealing also heavy damage here. Sweden going very aggressively, had to pay for it just a little bit, now hanging outside, just waiting for the rest of the team to respawn, because that attack did not go as planned.
This is what we have been talking about. This is the reset. When the defending team can wipe out the key players of the attacking team does not have a reason to try to push any further, because then they will just build on the death spawn timers, which will make the team lose a lot of time trying to push the second point. And as we saw there, May's strong side came out really quickly. But take it away, Sang, when we see the gravity surge land on the point.
Yeah, immediately, that's a sound barrier from Lonnie. This Discord will return right now. That means a kill was just delivered. There's a Dragon Blade being used, did not get any kills. I could see immediately eliminated. Shades going down. And Sweden yet again going for a very aggressive play. 1 for 2 so far, but they're on the attacking side, meaning that the respawn is going to favor Iceland just in a few seconds. That's yet another ult being used. Lodano here on this side will probably get scouted fairly soon. Looking for the flank and looking for the headshots. That's one. He just eliminates Sylvanas. The shield's gonna be tough to get through, but Lidano's doing a great job looking for the headshots yet again, and Sweden now very aggressively attacking, gets the kill onto Aranathor, going on Theory as well. Sweden is on the point. Lidano full HP again now, still looking for the snipes. Doing a great job scouting. Iceland got one last shot, but not gonna be able to do it. That's round 1 complete, and Sweden takes it home.
Absolutely, and I am actually so impressed by Lidano's performance. It is not often you see the Widowmaker come out in pro play or even pro scenes, but he uses the Widowmaker in such a great and effective way, because he's playing the Widowmaker in a very aggressive playstyle compared to what the Widowmaker meta is. A Widowmaker we usually see as someone that really hangs back on just these kind of maps, trying to defend your point and your team, picking off the enemy healer before they can push in as the attacking team comes, so that they can't use the defensive ultis, so that your team high damage dealer, someone like McCree or Soldier, can sweep them out without having to go through maybe a Lucio ult or having to go through something like Zenyatta. But Lidano just uses her so effectively, going at flanks and hitting really the biggest blind spots in Iceland's team comp, which makes him such a key player currently for Sweden. He picks them up before they realize what happened, and all of a sudden Zenyatta is dead, so that they can't counter big ults like Genji's, or big ult like we saw them having the Winston together with the Diva, which is also, they're not the biggest ones of on the damage dealing sides. They really easily get countered by the big defensive ults, but since there was no defensive ults to be found, since Lidano pushed them in such a great way,
I must say
they didn't have an answer to the Diva or the Winston. And I just want to comment, we got a tweet here from someone, and he is mentioning Seagull, and for some people that doesn't know, Seagull is probably one of the best Genjis in the world. He is a really good pro player currently is playing for RNG, and he's one of the greater streamer profiles actually of the Overwatch, and it's really interesting to see his Genji's playstyle.
Yeah, and I have to mention though, last game, that Sweden's frontline as well is really opening up the map for Lidano to play the snipers aggressively as he did. This game though, Iceland on the attacking side, Sylvanas looking for the snipers, gonna try to find the turret at the moment. Hasn't found it yet, there he goes, almost dead, and he's immediately eliminated by Shades and his turret.
I think Shades picked the turret for just this reason. I think Iceland might want to go into this sort of sniper play that they saw Sweden do, and I think Sweden predicted that and took something to counter it down, and Torbjorn is really good for that, because the turret is so quick to lock on to a target. So if you want to peek a turret, you have to know where it is before you want to peek.
This will protect us.
Arthur here in a 1 versus 1, not the best sign of situation, has to jump out of it, and he survives just for a moment, running immediately into the Swedish team again. 1 versus 2 this time, a high jump, avoiding some of the damage, but will not survive it for too long.
And here we see Sartas and Chase doing a great job. Sartas comes in there like a big threat, keeping their focus from the turret and on Sartas. I'm very sorry. And since Sartas has his shield, he becomes a sticky and icky target because they can't put any damage on him when his shield is up, and that shield is gonna be there for 5 seconds. And if you even try to damage Sartas, he's gonna get a 50% damage boost, which is something you don't want when you're trying to go face to face with a Zarya.
No, it's very annoying with Zarya. You have to time it between the shields. That can be quite scary from time to time. Now on the front line, we got both Zarya and a Reinhardt. That's the nano boost administered. There comes the self-destruct as well. 2 people eliminated in the Icelandic team. 4 ones immediately, while Nadabi is going to town with the hammer. And Sweden, with almost an ace, completely demolishes Iceland.
Go Sweden, Slisk Mumnik. Nice name, and yes, we're hoping for Sweden as well, since we represent Sweden in our studio. But we want to see the most close game we can ever have, and we want to see Iceland come out and show Nordic that they are a part of our community and they are deserving to be kings.
Yeah, that was quite a big Graviton surge that did not find any... Well, yeah, you know what, I'm just gonna take that back with Sylvanas. We got the view of Sylvanas there. Dealt some damage, meanwhile the rest of the team was completely eliminated.
And this is why I was scared of Sweden picking the Pharah last round, because Pharah is someone that is quite immobile when she gets into the air. She might be a hard target to hit for some of the players like Reinhardt, Winston, maybe even for someone like Reaper or Genji, but she's a really weak target to someone with a long-range attack.
Oh, great combination there, but it's gonna get interrupted by Lidano, coming from behind and getting the kill onto Sylvanas. Lidano is still up here, trying to deal some damage. Still no kills. Few seconds. That's a great play. Almost gets, yes, he gets Theoris. Lidano is on fire here. Well, not literally, because in the game he's sort of an ice person. He's not even on fire in the game, but you know what I mean, because he gets the kills and they're going for the great plays.
I am actually so impressed by Sweden currently, because they take these a little bit quirky characters and make them work in such a great fashion currently. May has never seen pro play before. She's the most unplayed character, and they're just making work with her currently. They're picking down the Farad, they're freezing the Lucio before he can go into the point and do any real healing for his team, and they're just doing so much with this.
Nano boost administered. Reinhardt is in Hammer Town. Haven't even used his ultimate yet. Graviton Surge about to be used. Charge is knocking away Arnathor as well. Finns eliminated. Arnathor eliminated. Still no Graviton Surge. Not even gonna have to use it. There comes another ult as well. Ingi is dead. Overtime was used, but that was it. And Sweden wins yet again.
And here we see Sweden actually taking the first match. And I am so impressed. May and Widowmaker used from the same team in the same game, or in the same game and the same match. This is something that I haven't seen before. Not even the Torbjorn. The Torbjorn is also a really interesting and unique playstyle and pick from the Swedish teams, because no one really knows how to adapt currently to either Torbjorn or May, since they have recently they're not shown in the pro scene. So these are picks that might confuse the Icelandic team to play in another fashion that they're not used to.
But that was a pretty good play of the game as well. You have to comment
Yeah.
on that one. I mean, the combination of the nano boost together with Reinhardt is it's almost
It is
unstoppable while it
devastating.
hits.
Absolutely, it's one of the most devastating combos in the game, together with Zarya and the pulse bomb. It's so hard to counter. You really need someone to either freeze him down like May, or maybe an Ana on the opponent team to sleep him while he's in this duration, because he's taking 30% less damage and he's doing a whole 100% extra damage with his swings, and that is such a great impact when he gets in close quarters, which makes your front line really weak without some backup, and that has the backline kind of struggling to get in and to support their front line, because they're too scared to go in close quarters with his Reinhardt. They need to kind of back off and try to look for a way around him, or to CC him, or something that stops him in his track, because he's just a train going for his destination with that nano boost.
Yeah, and also with the extra movement speed together with the extra movement speed he gets from a Lucio as well. I mean, he's like a train
Absolutely.
with a hammer that never stops. And, well, I wanted to say like a third one, but I only got the two. Do you have any more? Like,
It is a hammer time.
it's a hammer train.
Come on and slam, and welcome to Japan. This has been Hanamura, and one of the greatest winning streaks was the Reinhardt with the nano boost.
Yeah, definitely. But that was Sweden.
That was
Going
Sweden.
2-0.
That was Bringos, and as we said, we are actually quite impressed by Sweden, because this is one of the top ladder teams in Europe currently. They are showing what they're made of. They show that we are one of the top ladder teams in Europe. We are here to win this. We are here to battle the professional teams, and we want this prize money.
Yeah, and now it's Sweden versus... No, not now, but it's going to be Finland versus Sweden. Finland's been waiting for them. And meanwhile, we're going to look at Denmark versus Norway.
But before we have Denmark versus Norway, Norway, good. I can't pronounce your country, Norway. I'm very sorry. We have some bills. Now we can't speak at all. Hello there, community. We have some bills to pay, and these bills we pay with our eminent sponsor G2A and their ad block. Take it away.
G2A.com, the best video game store ever! Fast as lightning, solid as a rock, cheap as duck. What's more, you can sell on it because it's also a marketplace. Remember G2A.com, the best video game store ever!
My family tells of an ancient legend about two great dragon brothers. The dragon of the North Wind and the dragon of the South Wind. Together, they upheld balance and harmony in the heavens. But the two brothers argued over who could better rule their land. Their quarrel turned to rage, and their violent struggle darkened the skies, until the dragon of the South Wind struck down his brother, who fell to earth, shattering the land. The South Wind had triumphed, but as time passed and he realized his solitude, the sweetness of victory turned to ash. For years, the bereft dragon's grief threw the world into discord, and he knew only bitterness and sorrow. One day, a stranger called up to the dragon and asked, "O Dragon Lord, why are you so distraught?" The dragon told him, "Seeking power, I killed my brother, but without him, I am lost." The stranger replied, "You have inflicted wounds upon yourself, but now you must heal. Walk the earth on 2 feet as I do. Find value in humility. Then you will find peace."
You are not the first assassin sent to kill me. And you will not be the last.
You are bold to come to Shimara Castle, the den of your enemies.
This was once my home. Did your masters not tell you who I was?
I know who you are, Hanzo. I know you come here every year on the same day. You risk so much to honor someone you murdered.
You know nothing of what happened.
I know you tell yourself that your brother disobeyed the clan. And that you have to kill him to maintain order. That it was your duty.
It was my duty. And my burden. That does not mean I do not honor him.
You think you honor your brother Genji with incense and offerings? Honor resides in one's actions.
You dare to lecture me about honor? You are not worthy to say his name! Ryuga wagateki wo kurau! Ryujin no ken wo kure! Only a Shamada can control the dragons. Who are you? Do it then. Kill me.
No. I will not grant you the death you wish for. You still have a purpose in this life, brother.
No. Oh. My brother is dead. Genji.
The dragon knelt upon the ground. For the first time, he was able to clearly see the world around him, and he became human. The stranger revealed himself as his fallen brother. Reunited, the two set out to rebuild what they had once destroyed.
What have you become?
I have accepted what I am, and I have forgiven you. Now you must forgive yourself. The world is changing once again, Hanzo, and it's time to pick a side.
Real life is not like the stories our father told us. You were a fool for believing it so.
Perhaps I am a fool to think there is still hope for you. But I do. Think on that, brother.
Hey. G2A.com presents.
Oh my gosh, I have nothing to play. Like, nothing.
Yo kids, stop your grumble mumble and check out G2A.com. New hottest game, bam! Crazy discounts, pow! Instant delivery, man! This site's ain't crazy. G2A.com, a global operating marketplace. Games, software, time cards, and all that your sweet gamer's heart can desire. Buy digital goods, sell digital goods, go crazy!
And after the epic showdown between Sweden and Iceland, and also the heartwarming story between the Shimada brothers,
Yeah, but mostly, you know, Sweden and Iceland.
the epic game.
Because, I mean, those games were pretty straightforward. I mean, Sweden looked so strong, so superior. I actually was expecting Iceland to look stronger, and actually I say this with absolutely no offense intended, because we know that Iceland are a great team. It's just that Sweden looked just so professional, so proficient in these
Absolutely.
games, and, like, almost unstoppable.
Almost unstoppable, like their payload, definitely. But as you said, we know that Iceland had some of the greatest players in Iceland currently playing for them, and we really saw some of them doing some great plays, and they came out, but in the end, Sweden came on top. But as you said, Iceland, very strong players, they show what they were made of, and I think that we will see them a lot more in the Overwatch scene.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they are here to stay. This is only week number 1. And we're looking forward to many more weeks with Iceland, unless, of course, if they win.
Of course. And how many more weeks? We're actually doing 4 weeks of qualifiers. This is the first week of qualifiers. The winning team this week or this day will go to the playoffs to face against the professional teams and to play for the $5,000 prize pool.
Yeah, which is something that you definitely want. But if people want to join this tournament, it's still open, actually.
It
A
is.
lot of people can still join.
We will need new teams for every quote-unquote losing team or losing nation. It's not a loss. You have still show your presence in the Overwatch community. You have still show that you have the balls, if I dare to say that, and you have the power to go out there and play in the professional scene.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, even if you lose this week, you can still play the week after, and so on and so forth.
Absolutely. You have actually 4 chances, or from now on, you have 3 chances more to come here and play in this tournament. And to join this, where do you go, Sang?
Well, where do you go? You, of course, go to publiclear.se if you're from Sweden, but if you're from Iceland, you don't want to go there. You want to go to Iceland's esports.is instead.
Esports. I'm
Yeah,
very sorry for interrupting.
I said esports.
You did?
Yeah,
Sorry.
the S is silent.
My hearing is so,
No,
hyped.
You know what? Don't worry about it. I like your hyped hearing, even though we can't
Hyped
see you.
hearing,
Like
yeah.
it's like you're over here. But okay. So for Norway, you're gonna go to gamer.no. Denmark is esport, no S this time. .dk, and for Finland, it's fel.gg.
And if you're like me, there's actually no S anywhere if you pronounce it correctly, and it's not like me, and it's like, oh no, there's an S there.
You know, don't worry about that. You
No,
know,
no.
it's okay. Sometimes you
okay.
say an S, and sometimes you don't say an S, and that is totally fine. Unless your name is Sang, you pronounce it like Ang, because that's gonna be...
Epic, because then you will be the avatar.
That would actually be pretty epic.
I mean, don't say the S, people. Be like the French guys.
Yeah,
The S
definitely.
is silent
The
from
S
now on.
is silent. My name is Ang, and I will be your caster tonight.
Only one could save us from the Fire Nation.
This guy.
This guy.
Except that I'm not an avatar. I'm not an airbender or a firebender.
But
I can sort of bend water if I really want to. Like, you know, do you ever do this trick when you were little? Like, you had this comb, and you you pull it through your
Oh.
hair, and then you put it close to water, and the water actually mysteriously bends towards the comb.
Confirmed on stream, Sang is a waterbender.
Hell yeah, a
Hell
waterbender, and I
yeah.
can sort of I can if I blow I can, and it's sort of directed towards.
So, Sang has already mastered 2 of the elements. We're just looking forward for the earth and fire. And
Yeah, well, hold on, I'm gonna get some matches. No, okay, let's not do that. Let's continue instead.
Let's not burn down the studio.
Yeah, let's not burn down the studio. That's a typically bad thing to do, I hear.
It is. It is.
Yeah.
It will cost us a lot of money, and people would not be happy. And then we wouldn't be able to be here next week either.
Yeah,
to
and
see
that would
the
make
new
us
teams.
unhappy. So a lot of people would be unhappy if we did that But if you think we're gonna burn down the studio, or if you just want to talk to us, we're not gonna burn down the studio. Do not worry about it. You should go on Twitter.
For
and write to
$1
us.
million, you never know what happens.
Definitely, and you want to go through use the hashtag King of Nordic, or you want to go to our Twitter page and write us a little note, or actually you can actually join us on Facebook too if you want to, facebook.com/King of Nordic.
Absolutely.
There's
You
a
can
lot of
talk
ways
to us, you
to
can
us.
interact with us. Show your support for either Sweden or Iceland or the upcoming team, Denmark or Norway. Just hang out, comment, and talk to us.
Yeah, definitely. And speaking of Denmark and Norway, by the way, I mean, these players, who are they actually?
For Denmark, we can see Godspiller, this is a sorry, but Raser 321 DK. I don't know if I killed your name, and
That's a
Mags.
hard one.
Yeah, kinda a little bit.
Yeah.
We have Mags, Naga, Chicken Man, and we also have Frozen Ulven. And the roles for the Danish team is that Godspiller is on the DPS. We will see Raser on the tank. Mags is also their DPS. Naga will be their support. Chicken Man will be their tank, and Frozen Ulven is their last support.
Yeah, and I like that. 2 supports, like double the support for the team. And on double the support for the team as well is on Norway's side for Riddle Esports, where we got the support Plagius, we got the DPS Dave, Flex pick is Tricky, another DPS is Laysin, got the support Eskil, and the tank Maniox.
And for Team Denmark, it's actually Team Exoplan. I forgot to give them the credit for being this team. And how do they play against each other? What is our format that we're doing here?
Yeah, well, you know what? I know some guy who would like to present that to us.
You do?
Yeah, I do that. Take it away, Max.
Hi there everybody, my name is Max and I'm here to briefly explain how the bracket works in the King of Nordic Overwatch Cup. Now, the King of Nordic Overwatch Cup works basically just like any other tournament, but in true King of Nordic style, we've added just a little bit of a twist to it. Now, every week there will be 4 teams representing their countries, except for in the first show, where there will be 5. Now, why we're having 5 teams in the first show, but not the rest of them, is because we have 5 nations: Sweden, Finland, Denmark, Norway, and Iceland. But only one of them can qualify for the upcoming playoffs each week. And just to clarify, the nation that wins one week cannot participate the week after, but they are more than welcome to try again with a new team 2 weeks from winning. And that's it really, it's just as simple as that. Now sit back, relax and enjoy the rest of the show.
And to represent your nation, we were going through this just before we showed our format. You go to your you go to your site, go through the qualifier, and then you will come here and fight this qualifier for the playoffs.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm gonna do. And actually, I gotta say this because I just found out that we got some of my old students watching
Your
us.
students?
Yeah, my students, yeah? How old am I? You got no idea, do you?
No.
And neither do you, and that is a good thing. But I just want to say hi to all of you guys. I'm really happy that you're watching this. And if you're not one of my students and still watching this, thank you so much for that as well. But yeah, that was what I wanted to say. And we're
What
gonna
our
go.
Twitter subject? How old do you think Sang is?
Yeah, that's let's not tweet about that. So let's not go to hashtag King of Nordic and tweet how old I am. Let's not do that. Hashtag King of Nordic, of course. And of course, if you're one of my students, you probably do not want to go there and just write something to us as well, which will show up here on the broadcast. But for now, we should probably check in on the players and the map bans.
Absolutely. And here we see, like I explained last game, Walden is auto-banned during this Wednesday because Walden was actually released just 1 week ago, and we want to give the players some breathing room to try out the map, to see how they want to play on this map before actually releasing it in our tournament. But we will have Walden next Wednesday with the new teams.
Yeah.
But for this week, it's an auto-ban. So the first ban coming out from the teams is actually Gibraltar.
Yeah, so Gibraltar yet again is the first ban. Kings Row was also banned really early for last game between Sweden and Iceland. So now it's Denmark versus Norway, and it's pretty similar.
It is pretty similar, and once again we see some of the more tactical maps with the strong choke points for the defending team to kind of wipe out the attacking team, which makes them a little bit unfavorable because your team really has to adapt to the new playstyle around these maps, and sometimes you don't really want to do that. You want to adapt your players instead of the map, and you want to make them, you know, grow and use their full potential on the map that you play.
Yeah, definitely. And that almost like that sounds like a motivational quote. You want to grow and show your ultimate potential. I like that.
Yeah, so inspiring.
All right,
That's a new quote.
Yeah, that's also an inspired quote. Like, be inspired.
Be
That's
inspired.
inspiring. And we got Hollywood and Route 66 banned immediately from Norway. Is that Norway having some problem with USA? Is that what they're saying here?
Maybe. But I
Maybe.
mean, aren't USA kind of the biggest oil competitor?
Might be. Oh, that's a good one. Okay, so we got Dorado, Nubani, and Hanamura left. So it's the exact same situation from last game. Hanamura
Yes.
is banned as well. So it's between Dorado and Nubai, and this time it's gonna be Numbani.
We're gonna see Numbani as the first map, and for you who's new to the Overwatch format, we ban all the maps, but the last 3 maps that will be banned are the ones that will be played. So now we will see Numbani as the first map, and then it can be either Hanamura or Dorado, and that is up to the losing team to pick their map.
So they decide, giving them a slight advantage, of course. But for this game, this map particularly, we haven't seen it yet in this tournament.
No.
So what are the strong points for this map? And is there any edge on the attacking or the defending team?
Once again, this is a very new tournament, so we only seen 2 maps so far, but it's definitely a map with some strong points for the defending team and some points where you kind of want to look out as an attacking team. First of all, this is a hybrid map, so to speak. It begins with a point where you have to capture the objective that you want to push to the end. And of course, since it's a capture the point is favorable for the defending team. They really have a great potential to wipe out the attacking team. They have the strong high ground to begin on, and they have the super strong... They have a lot of paths to kind of defend and to set up a great play against the attacking team.
Alright, so looking at the picks at the moment, we've got a Genji, a Winston. Escalus not quite decided yet. It's going to be a Mercy. Looking at Lucia, but no Lucia actually. So we've got a Reinhardt, we've got a McCree, and it's a Senyatta as the last pick.
I just want to comment on the defending team currently. This is their final picks. No, okay, never mind. I'm sorry. Denmark is the attacking team, which made me a little bit confused because we saw both a Torbjorn and a Bastion as their picks. I don't think they're gonna go with the picks when they actually go into the game. It's a little bit of having fun with the casters, trying to make them say some stupid stuff about...
People always trick me with that because I'm
Yeah.
very gullible, to be honest.
Yes.
I'm really gullible. You know, I cast League of Legends as well. I always see like someone picking up a Teemo or something. I'm like so hyped. It's gonna be a Teemo.
It's gonna be
gonna
one
be a
of those
Teemo.
characters.
And then like the second before it's locked in, they change it to something like, you know, whatever, like an Ashe or something. I'm like, yeah, okay, it's not gonna.
Something more viable? Or
Yeah,
so to
something
speak.
very meta, and I always get disappointed.
Talking about meta, we see a strong meta both from Denmark and Norway coming out. They have their flanker and their target attacker with Genji and McCree being played. And we also have the sort of more offensive tanks going on. Oh, I'm sorry, this is the defending team, but they still have some of the more offensive tanks going on for Norway, with both Winston and Reinhardt coming out. Reinhardt is a little bit 50-50, he can be played on both modes fairly effectively, but Winston is one of those tanks that actually is favorable on the defending side.
On the attacking side at the moment, almost goes down. There he goes. He gets killed before he can be healed. Lucia was way too far behind, and that means Denmark now 3-man down, running for their lives. And Norway looking very strong on the defensive side so far.
My
Absolutely.
ultimate is charging.
And we see the great potential of the flanker Genji here. Flanker Genji can be a threat that might come without any warning. He can come in there, go into your backline and really put pressure on your healers, making them have a hard time to heal the rest of the team with efficiency, since they need to look out for this big new threat at their face.
Norway got the high ground for now. Going in there with the Dragon Blades. 1 kill, it's 2 kills even for Lee Sin. He's still going for the heavy attacks. Will he survive this? So low, but the Mercy is gonna heal him up immediately. Again, still on the attacking side. Going very aggressively. He's attacking even on this from the defensive. And that did not go too well for Denmark yet again.
And something that might have passed unnoticed there, the Genji played this absolutely perfectly. In that small room, there's a big health pack, and Genji knows that if he hits this health pack, he will once again be at full health without having the support of a healer. So he goes in there, picks off the 2 squishy targets before he switches to Winston, and knows that he can go to full life by just going to the right place.
Naga going down before being able to use her ultimate. No nano boost administered. Another elimination, this time by Maniacs. And Maniacs still here with the Earth Shatter. Not gonna have to use it at the moment. Denmark yet again being deterred. Trying to find just somewhere they can go for the attack, but the immediate second someone on their team dies, they just fall back, going to regroup and gonna try again.
And this is the danger. Having one of your teammates die early, you can be really pushed back.
Nano boost has been administered. That's an elimination from Tricky. Going in with some heavy damage from Razor Rich with all of the numbers in his name, and that's actually very hard to pronounce. But in the end, I mean, look at these ultimate combinations. Was
Absolutely.
a great attempt going with the nano boost onto the Reinhardt, but they were immediately countered.
Absolutely. Nano Boost with Reinhardt is one of those targets that should make the defending teams scared. Because the Reinhardt with the Nano Boost can make such great and fast work of all their low and squishy targets, but they were countering that perfectly with the Zarya shield, or not the Zarya shield, but the Reinhardt standing in the way.
Oh, here's a high noon. Only 1 target. Finds 2 actually, so that's a double elimination for Norway. Now finally going in very heavy, but immediately gonna be neglected. Denmark not looking too good again. That was actually, like I said, Norway looking really good this time. Denmark not looking too good this time.
And once again, we see that this point is one of the points in the game that is so hard to push if the defending team knows how to set up their team. If they know what character to build around, they can really set up both the high ground and the low ground on Numbani to make it almost impenetrable. And that's what we saw Maniacs and their Winston doing at the top. Winston kinda standing back behind the wall to not show his true potential of pushing the Danish team back just yet, but the Reinhardt stood in the opening, was a big and chunky threat that the Norwegian team really had to focus early on to try to get through the Reinhardt. And immediately when they kinda clutched around Reinhardt to try to take him down to get the control of the point, Winston was there, shielding him once again from the ranged targets, giving him some room to get out and to breathe and to be healed up again, and to then once again go in and be that big and chunky threat. They really utilized their tanks well in both the high and low ground here, and that's what I think that Denmark lost this round, or Norway lost this round on.
Yeah, and I mean, Norway did some...
My bad, it was actually Denmark who lost the round. I'm sorry.
But, yeah, obviously, but looking on Norway's side, they did did quite well here, and what I'm looking for really is those combinations with the ultimates. It was a little bit confusing at times, and maybe it was because of the camera, because it was switching a little bit, but I saw some, they struggled quite a bit just getting all of these combinations.
Absolutely, and that was also, I think that is because they had to fight in this very cramped area, and Denmark could pull back, or Norway could pull back some of their defending players to utilize their ult a little more effectively. They could give them some room to breathe before firing off all of their ults, while Denmark kinda had to go and fire their ults and try to combo them in a flash to get the advantage on the defending Norway. And I think that's why we had some struggle from the Danish side to get some of the big ultimates combos that Norway actually pulled off this round.
Yeah, Norway now on the attacking side made it look very easy while they were defending, and they are going for the choke point as well, rushing in immediately. And let's see if Denmark are ready and grouped to handle this. They're all going in very heavy. We've got a group Denmark on the high ground. No ultimates, of course. This is going to be a charging round at the moment. Charging it up. But Norway actually is going to town. Denmark, they are actually being aced. They were aced in a second. And what happened there? Because we only had the Zenyatta view. We saw a lot of attacks being dealt, and all of a sudden Denmark were completely erased. That's round 2 completed, and that must have been like 30 seconds.
It is actually somewhere close to the 30 seconds, and the Zenyatta view was actually very good, because what happened there is the Norwegian team pushed through at one of the show calls, and you want to kind of look at the Zenyatta since he is in the backline and spots what's happening. But the one who was doing the real work was the Dave on Genji with the big boost from Lucio. And I think that the speed boost on Genji kind of surprised the Danish teams when he came out with the boosted movement speed and just made short work of the defending Danish team. He could go to their backlines and pick up their supports and some of their key players for defending. Some of their backlines players, which is often the key players of defending. And the tank couldn't really stop this because they were focusing the front line, which is their job. But the Genji was just too fast, too furious for the defending Denmark this round.
I'm fairly sure that's a movie, isn't it?
Maybe.
Might be. Anyways, it actually looked like a movie this game as well, because it was
Absolutely.
almost scripted
It was
the way
almost
Norway played
scripted.
it.
Norway played it really well. They utilized how to defend both the show call in the underground, and they utilized how they should position in the high ground to make their ultimates and to make their defense as strong as possible. While Denmark, on the other hand, they had a really great setup for the high ground, but Norway chose to go through the show call, which is a little bit unpredictable. It's not a favorable way to go, but since they took the gamble and just could push through so easily, they gambled and they won. They won in a big way and made the Genji just swoop into the backlines with that Lucy ult, and it was a perfect play.
Yeah, and I mean, again, it's one of these games that makes it look so easy for one of the teams. In this case, it was Norway. In the game before that, it was Sweden. And I'm just looking right now to see that is it gonna be Norway versus Sweden in the finals for this? Right now, we're gonna actually go forward fairly quickly.
I think we are gonna go forward fairly quickly, and since Bringos is being such a strong team currently, we haven't seen too much of Finland. They're actually quite of an unknown team, but maybe they will put up a challenge to Bringos. But currently, it definitely looks like it will be Norway versus Sweden in the finals. We're gonna play the next match on the Rada though,
Yeah.
and we're
So,
gonna head into that as soon as the players are ready.
Yeah. And I mean, I know I sound like I have already counted on Norway to win all of this versus Denmark, but I mean, am I wrong in this? Because Norway looked so dominant in this first match, and even before the second one, I have a hard time seeing Denmark like grouping up and being able to handle all of this because the pressure from Norway was enormous.
Absolutely, the pressure Norway put on Denmark was a great deal, and actually, I think it might be Norway versus Sweden in the final. I think Norway might take this map as well, because Dorado is quite like Numbani in the way of having the great chokeholds, some of the great high grounds to place out your DPS, and if you really know who to play around and who you should put at different spots in game, you definitely are looking at a stronger team than a team that doesn't really know how to position themselves.
Yeah, I mean, as a team game, position's always gonna be key.
Absolutely.
And it is a little bit scary because from what I could tell, Denmark, they were in position, but they weren't really ready. So they need to be able to scout this out somehow. As a defending team, you are supposed to be able to scout your opponents, what they are doing. Denmark did not do that for the last game, and that is a huge part of why they lost. For this game, well, I'm not sure actually if they can scout it that well, because of course they got a Reaper. But I mean,
Denmark scout, they actually picked up Farah once again, which to me once again is it's a little scary pick, especially when you know that Norway is such a strong team with such good aim. But what makes Denmark not losing the first second they enter this game is that what I see from Denmark is that they have a really great teamwork. They work together as a team. They work together as a unit, while Norway is a little bit more working in pairs. They're a team, but they have the small squads in their team working together more efficiently than others. So if Denmark can use this sort of unit strategy to counter some of the Norwegian two-player squads, maybe they will actually come on top this game.
Yeah, definitely. Denmark is on the move here with Godspieler as his scout on the Pharaoh. Almost dead there just for a second. Will survive, of course. Gonna have the heal. Here's the choke point. This is a hard point to get through.
Absolutely, this is definitely one of the hardest points to go through in Dorado, because you're facing a defending team who pretty much can stack free ultis against you when you're trying to push your payload through. The defending team just gets so much damage through getting their ultimate ready to wipe you out if you take a one step wrong.
Right, it looks like Denmark might be going for it. No, actually gonna back off. Almost loses Max. Trying to break through the shield so hard to get through the shield of Maniox. I didn't mention that it got tricky on the Warhog this time, Roadhog this time. So looking for the pick potential there. Going for it now. That's almost a shot. Will get interrupted immediately.
And we
Gets
hear the
one
High
kill.
coming out.
High Noon was used there. Dave coming in from behind there. Oh, he hits a great stun! A huge stun was being hit there by Dave. And that was that fight. Denmark gets wiped. Not a great situation. It looked well there for just a few seconds, and then all of a sudden Dave's arrives from behind. Denmark were very well grouped, all got stunned.
Absolutely, Denmark were looking very much on top. They had the Mercy ulti so that they knew that they could go in aggressive. They went in aggressive just like they should have. They picked up a lot of players, but in the end, Norway once again utilizes their placement of their DPS so well with the McCree on the high ground, able to fall down and
Razor is going for it. Death Blossom is there. Will it be able to use it? Yes, they're going for it. Norway about to get wiped. Will Eskil be able to revive them though? That's because no, he does not have his ultimate up, and Norway was wiped. Almost at least. And
you could actually call Norway pretty wiped here currently, unless Dave or Lysin goes in and do a monster job. They lost their tanks. Eskil didn't have their res up, so a lot of the Norwegian team has to run a long way to get back into this fight.
Lysin is still on the job, going in again, picks up one kill, still looking for more here. So on half of his HP, he gets another kill. Will he get it even more? Yes, it looks like it. Wow, this is some great plays being used. That's yet another one. And Lysin, I think there was 4 players he killed while we were looking.
At least. And an interesting thing is, because of Denmark's play here, not backing off too much when they're losing the big players, they actually gave Genji a full Dragon Blade once again for the new Chokehold.
This is gonna be huge. I was actually expecting Denmark to be able to push even further, but they were completely, well, retracted there by Lysin.
Absolutely. And once again, they used Lysin kinda like the key that they need, because he went once again into the backline, sort of free into the backline, and could pick up the healers and the backline that was alive.
Oh, there comes the charge. Will block the shield. There comes the Earth Shatter as well. Will not survive it for too long there. But still dealt the damage being needed. Overtimes now. Denmark only got 2 players on the map. 1 player left on the map. Will not be able to push any further. That's the game. Pulse bomb being used on the wall. That doesn't even matter for Norway, because they got that one in the box.
Absolutely. And once again, Dorado's Chokehold right there at the bridge is so scary. You really need to look out for those high ground usage of their DPS. If you miss a McCree on a high ground, it can be devastating. And we saw that it was devastating. They've dropped down, stunned 2 people, easily picking them off with the high damage headshots, and just completely turning the fight in Norway's favor after Denmark had done such a great job in going in and trying to clean Norway for a free push.
I mean, Denmark hit their ultimate combination. They got the Earth Shatter, they got the Graviton Surge, they got the Gravity Surge, they got the Death Blossom as well, but then, when it looked so good for them, all of a sudden, you see Liaison instead coming up, being able to wipe the team which were so low after that fight.
Absolutely. You saw Lacing doing a monster job after Norway was facing a devastating team fight. And also, the team fight kind of went in Norway's favor after the rest, because Denmark, as you say, they hit their ultimate combos perfectly. They're really working as this unit, but Norway's 2-man teams can do some real work, even if they're separated from the rest of the teams. And I think that's what we saw. Lee Sin working together, I think it was with Epelius, and they were just doing so much work to Denmark's backline when they actually had won the fight that Denmark needed to back off. But if they wanted to back off, they needed to back off into scary Laysen, doing so much damage that they couldn't handle it after the stress of losing your backline.
And this time it's gonna be Laysen on the Tracer, gonna actually look out for that one just a little bit together, of course, with the Appleus, with the illusion for this game. Now Denmark, will they be able to hold? Because I've got a feeling that this particular chokehold on this map is sort of easier on the defensive side, at least the games we have seen so far absolutely makes it looks like it, but I mean, it's quite hard to flank it. It's a little bit scary. There are a lot of points where you can actually get picked off instead while you're trying to flank.
Absolutely, you have some flanks that is kind of cheeky, but if the defending team ends up watching them, you will ended up picked off instead.
Oh, and Dave here is on the killing spree, almost 2 kills, going through the team of Denmark, just immediately rushes in, gets the Mercy as well. Gets yet another kill on the God's Spill, so he got the charge, and I mean, that was... I'm not sure what I can say, Norway makes it look easy.
Norway makes it look easy, and as they make it look easy, we got the tweet, Go Riddle, which of course is Norway's team winning Game 2.
Yeah. I mean, the only thing I needed was to push the first part of the map. They got it. That's the final score. That's 1-0, and Norway takes it up 2-0, actually.
Absolutely. I'm a little confused about the defending Denmark's team's healer picks, because we saw a Mercy and a Zenyatta coming out instead of having one AoE heal and one solo heal. Often the meta is to have one Lucio because he can reach out to almost all of your team members at all times with his healing boost, which makes a lot of your teammates being topped off at all times. But the solo healer is kind of there to support if someone gets slow by a snipe or if someone gets slow by someone like McCree. You need the solo healer to quickly get that key player back up, and that's not Lucio's work, but he works great with engages and with defend.
Yeah, so, I mean, from what we can gather here from the Danish team is that they were playing really, really well.
Absolutely.
As a team. They were playing really smartly, but from the sort of solo perspective, or the duo perspective, I mean, Norway had some great solo plays.
Absolutely.
Really.
They were great together. I would actually want to call it more of a duo play, because some of the plays that we saw was dependent of someone to back up Lee Sin, for example. He needed to know that if things went south when he jumped to their backline, he needed somewhere to escape to so that he could actually risk dying there. But of course, it's the performance of the solo player Lee Sin there picking off all the kills, but the security of knowing that your partner's in the backline, it's a great help for actually performing what you can perform.
Yeah, and it's what allows you to do that. And also for the last game we saw where Dave is going in on his Genji and he just goes through the shield immediately on the backline, and it's really nothing there to stop him. It's so hard.
Absolutely. You really need someone to stun or to kind of push him away from the team, and you don't really want to use your Reinhardt for that. Reinhardt is one of those characters that is really strong to push someone like Genji out of your team, because it is melee versus melee when it comes to Genji versus Reinhardt. And Reinhardt's melee is so much stronger than Genji's that Genji will lose the fight. But at the same time, then you risk exposing your whole front line, maybe even your back line, to the enemy team's snipers like McCree, and that can result in some really bad picks for your team.
Yeah. So, well, that was the game, and Norway were the winners, and they was well deserved. That means Norway's in the
Absolutely.
final, and is going to face off versus Finland or Sweden once that game has been decided.
Absolutely. And while we're talking here, while we're sitting here, like enjoying the professional plays, because I want to call this professional plays,
Yeah,
because
definitely.
currently we have seen some super great teamworks, some great use of the characters in game, and also the high grounds and the show calls. We need to pay our bills, like all apartments, or not apartments, but companies. And by paying our bills, we have some sponsors, and
So we're gonna go to commercials.
we are gonna
with
go
that.
to commercials, but we also have sort of a long break because we have some quick matches. But we will be back. Stay here and watch the awesome gameplay after the commercials.
G2A.com, the best
Hey.
video game store ever! Fast as lightning, solid as a rock, cheap as duck. What's more, you can sell on it because it's also a marketplace. Remember G2A.com, the best video game store ever!
Do you like games? Do you like colors? 3, 2, 1!
Come to our magical land for gamers. The land where everyone
Plays! Buys! Sells!
G2A.com, the biggest digital marketplace. Hey! Deal with me!
When I was a girl, I had a fear of spiders. I was told they felt no emotion, that their hearts never beat. But I know the truth.
Human, machine, we are all one within the iris. Before me, I see the future. humans and Omnics standing together, united by compassion, while common hopes and dreams.
Trying to crash another party, love? Monarch is in danger! Shoot her on the roof! I repeat, shoot her on the roof!
This is a secure channel. No one's...
Monarch is in danger! Get him out of here!
Identify yourself immediately. All rooftop teams, check and clear. Halo is leaving. I repeat, Halo is leaving. Sir, there's been a breach. We need to leave now. Chariot, this is Team 1. Halo is coming in hot. Over.
Huh?
Such a sweet, foolish girl.
What's that?
Looks like the party is over.
Why? Why would you do this?
Adieu, chérie. When I was a girl, I had a fear of spiders. I was told they felt no emotion, that their hearts never beat. But I know the truth. At the moment of the kill, they are never more alive.
G2A.com presents.
Oh my gosh, I have nothing to play. Like, nothing.
Yo, kids, stop your grumble mumble and check out G2A.com. New hottest game, bam! Crazy discounts, pow! Instant delivery, man! This site's crazy. G2A.com, a global operating marketplace. Games, software, time cards, and all that your sweet gamer's heart can desire. Buy digital goods, sell digital goods, go crazy.
I'm not a baby anymore, Mama. Stop treating me like one.
Listen to me, mija. Get the flour and get back quickly. No stops.
Fine.
I worry about Alejandra every day. No longer a child and nowhere near grown up. She is at a crossroads. I tell her about the heroes who saved our world time and time again because I want to give her hope. But I'm afraid that she could be forced to make a choice that will decide the direction of her life.
Hey, Ale! Where you going, girl?
Nowhere?
Nowhere's right. Come here. You gotta see this. Here. Look at this thing. Give him what he deserves.
I have to go to the store before it closes or my mama's gonna kill me.
Oh. Hey! It's gonna be hard without any money, Nina.
Come on! Give it back! I need it!
Let's go!
Hey! Where are you going? My money!
Yo, go check that out. Hey, come on, compa, get up. What was that? Enough games, perro! Come out and fight! No, please.
These aren't your strengths anymore!
No, please,
Get on the truck, let's go!
You don't get off that easy.
Eat this!
You saved me. Why?
Old habits die hard, I guess. Run home, kid. It ain't safe out here.
You're one of those heroes, aren't you?
Not anymore.
I think you are.
You're late, mija. I've been worried sick.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mama, but you won't believe what happened tonight. Los muertos, they came and they took my money.
And then there are the times when I see her smile and the hope in her eyes, and I think, Maybe I don't need to worry about Alejandra after all.
G2A.com, the best video game store ever! Fast as lightning, solid as a rock, cheap as duck. What's more, you can sell on it because it's also a marketplace. Remember G2A.com, the best video game store ever!
My family tells of an ancient legend about two great dragon brothers. The dragon of the North Wind and the dragon of the South Wind. Together, they upheld balance and harmony in the heavens. But the two brothers argued over who could better rule their land. Their quarrel turned to rage, and their violent struggle darkened the skies, until the dragon of the South Wind struck down his brother, who fell to earth, shattering the land. The South Wind had triumphed, but as time passed and he realized his solitude, the sweetness of victory turned to ash. For years, the bereft dragon's grief threw the world into discord, and he knew only bitterness and sorrow. One day, a stranger called up to the dragon and asked, "O Dragon Lord, why are you so distraught?" The dragon told him, "Seeking power, I killed my brother, but without him, I am lost." The stranger replied, "You have inflicted wounds upon yourself. But now, you must heal. Walk the earth on 2 feet as I do. Find value in humility. Then you will find peace."
You are not the first assassin sent to kill me. And you will not be the last. You are bold to come to Shimara Castle, the den of your enemies. This was once my home. Did your masters not tell you who I was? I know who you are, Hanzo. I know you come here every year on the same day. You risk so much to honor someone you murdered. You know nothing of what happened. I know you tell yourself that your brother disobeyed the clan, and that you have to kill him to maintain order. That it was your duty. It was my duty and my burden. That does not mean I do not honor him. You think you honor your brother Genji with incense and offerings? Honor resides in one's actions. You dare to lecture me about honor? You are not worthy to say his name! Ryuga wagateki wo kurau! Ryujin no ken wo kure! Only a Shamada can control the dragons. Who are you? Do it then. Kill me. No. I will not grant you the death you wish for. You still have a purpose in this life, brother. No. No. My brother is dead.
Genji. The dragon knelt upon the ground. For the first time, he was able to clearly see the world around him, and he became human. The stranger revealed himself as his fallen brother. Reunited, the two set out to rebuild what they had once destroyed.
What have you become? I have accepted what I am, and I have forgiven you. Now you must forgive yourself. The world is changing once again, Hanzo, and it's time to pick a side. Real life is not like the stories our father told us. You were a fool for believing it so. Perhaps I am a fool to think there is still hope for you. But I do. Think on that, brother.
Do you like games? Do you like colors? 3, 2, 1!
Come to our magical land for gamers. The land where everyone
Plays! Buys! Sells!
G2A.com, the biggest digital marketplace. Hey, deal with me.
Welcome back, everybody, to the new King of Nordic Overwatch tournament. I am Lovi, and next to me is...
Sang is my name.
And we have taken quite the break, actually.
Yeah, it was quite a break. I mean, I had time to stretch and everything, like grab a glass of water, even played some games on my phone, to be honest, because I don't have a computer here that I can play. And we got a lot of computers here, but I don't have anything to play on.
Yeah.
I don't think that's very fair.
No. We were almost let out of our cage to
Yeah.
play the games.
Yeah.
We wanted to
Almost.
show this community, this tournament, that we are the kings of the Nordic.
Yeah, well, I'm probably not living king in my own home on this game, but I can cast.
You can
So
cast?
I can talk about this game.
You can talk about this game?
Yeah.
Because I think that's what we're supposed to do here.
I
think
think
that's
so
great.
too. Yeah. So yeah, everything works out. I think.
Right?
Yeah. I'm quite happy, to be honest.
Quite happy.
Quite.
Quite.
All right. Should we move on?
quite happy with the biscuits and tea in this place.
Oh yes.
It is actually not too bad once you think about it.
No, definitely not. So should we move on? We're gonna continue
Yes,
doing
to
this.
move out, to get serious again. Now we're gonna stream the match between Finland and Sweden.
Yeah.
We saw Sweden doing a monster job against Iceland earlier today. They were really dominant, and this is Team Bringos, which have been very dominant in the esports scene currently for Overwatch. They're a very strong team. There's something to look out for, and I strongly think, I still believe that it will be Sweden versus Norway in this final.
Yeah, well, let's not count on Finland quite yet.
Absolutely
But
not.
I have to agree with you, and that's not only because I'm a patriot, because Sweden looked so dominant in the
They
game
did.
versus Iceland. Iceland got some huge players on their team.
Absolutely.
So I don't know too much actually about the Finnish team, but we should probably present them.
We should absolutely present both teams once more, but the Finnish team, as you said, they're a little bit of some underground team. We haven't seen too much about them, but let's go into the roster.
Yeah, because we're gonna see them play, I mean, in just a few more minutes, and the players we're gonna see is Boss Bob Ross, who's the support. We got the Pretty Wise, who's DPS, Space Walkser on the tank, Nero support, Womera on flex, and Jolts on the tank.
And once again, for Team Bringos, we have Lidano on DPS. We have Jure on the flex, which is he can either go tank or DPS for his team. And we have Nutty B on the tank. We have Shades on the DPS, Velan on support, and Sartas as their second support.
Yeah.
And any moment now, we will see which map Sweden chooses to ban, and what map Finland chooses to ban, and what map we will play this round.
Yeah, but before we do that, we're gonna go for another recap on how this tournament is played.
Absolutely, because as of King of Nordic style, we don't always have the most normal tournament setup or forms.
It's true, it's very true.
But how should we explain this?
Well, I'm not sure. I don't think actually I want to explain it at all. Let's just give it over to Max, our boy right here.
Hi there everybody, my name is Max and I'm here to briefly explain how the bracket works in the King of Nordic Overwatch Cup. Now, the King of Nordic Overwatch Cup works basically just like any other tournament, but in true King of Nordic style, we've added just a little bit of a twist to it. Now, every week there will be 4 teams representing their countries, except for in the first show, where there will be 5. Now, why we're having 5 teams in the first show, but not the rest of them, is because we have 5 nations: Sweden, Finland, Denmark, Norway, and Iceland. But only one of them can qualify for the upcoming playoffs each week. And just to clarify, the nation that wins one week cannot participate the week after. But they are more than welcome to try again with a new team 2 weeks from winning. And that's it really, it's just as simple as that. Now sit back, relax and enjoy the rest of the show.
Just a quick recap to explain the format. This is actually the qualifier for going into the playoffs, where your team can face off against the professional teams for the $5,000 prize pool.
Yeah. But for now, let's have a look at the map vetoes, where it's Finland versus Sweden, and Sweden have banned, of course, obviously the Eigenvalde. I'm not sure how to pronounce it, to be honest.
I think it's Eichenwalde, actually.
Eichenwalde. I mean, I want to pronounce it like German, like Eigenvalde.
Eichenwalde?
No,
that's not German. Never mind. Here we go.
Well, it was sort of German, I guess, in a way. But anyways, that's Watchpoint Gibraltar banned as well from Sweden. Finland has banned the my pronunciation is terrible. The Ilaug.
It is Ilaoi, kind of like the League of Legends champion.
Yeah, exactly. You know, I mean, all of these like exotic places, and I hardly ever leave Sweden. So this is actually quite hard for me. This is probably the hardest part of the cast, just to pronounce the map names.
Indeed, it is quite hard. Because as you say, Blizzard has done a great work on representation in this game. We have maps from all over the world, and we also have characters all over the world, which is quite interesting. It's not something that you see every day in a game.
We even got an Eskimo.
We even got an Eskimo.
How many games has Eskimos?
But it is a Chinese Eskimo, though.
It is, though. I've never seen a Chinese Eskimo before.
Me
to be honest.
neither. But here we see the final map that will be banned and not played is gonna be something.
It's probably, yeah, I was just gonna say Hollywood. It's
Yeah.
probably gonna be Hollywood. So
And you
we
were
got
right.
Dorado, Kings Row, and Hanamura left.
And once again, we see two of the maps that we have seen earlier today. Both Hanamura and Dorado is coming out. But there is a new map to this, and we're actually starting on that map. We have not seen Kings Row been picked before. It's actually one of the top bans for this tournament. This is interesting. Do you think that it's because Finland or Sweden has an advantage on that map?
Well, it's hard to say. I mean, this is a push map again, and we have seen Sweden being quite proficient on the push maps. And if it's Finland who starts on the pushing side, we don't really know that, do we?
Yes, I think it's actually Finland that will start on the pushing side.
Yeah, on
I'm
the,
not
the
100%
attackers.
sure.
I think they are, at least.
Yes.
And I think they're going to have quite a hard time. You know, that's immediately at the beginning when you're just going to get the payload.
Absolutely.
That part is quite hard. There's a lot of ways you can flank it, but there's also quite a big choke point depending on if you got any flyers on your team or not.
Yeah. If you don't have anything to scale the walls or some quick character like either Tracer or Genji to kind of get around that the point, it can be very hard to cover all the angles for the attacking team, and the defending team can take this at an advantage to just set up their ultimates, set up their team at the high ground, and completely wipe the attacking team from a point where the attacking team might not even be, they might even not have vision on it anymore.
Yeah. So it looks like it's gonna be Finland on the defending side, actually.
It is.
So Sweden are gonna be the attacking ones, going for the Lucian, Zarya, Ana, Reinhardt. All of this is fairly standard. McCree as well. It's only the Hanzo who's a little bit of a, you know,
of a mystery pick.
Yeah, a little bit of a jack in the box. I mean, Hanzo can be a great hero for this game.
Absolutely.
But I mean, if you're not very proficient on Hanzo, you're just gonna fall flat.
This is, we have to take in, we have to think about that. This is one of the maps where Hanzo is where Hanzo excels. This is one of the maps where Hanzo really loves to be played. He even plays on the attack side super well because of all the angles where he can peek the enemy team from. At the choke point with the two walls, he can do a sneaky peek to try to watch into the point, get some arrows off, or try to do the wall scaling into the flanks and try to pick some enemy players off really early in the beginning.
Also, it's gonna be a Roadhog instead of the McCree, so it's a little bit less of DPS, but the pick potential is definitely there. Got the vision of the Shades Hanzo here, looking for some picks. They've gotten through the first choke point, no problem so far. Try to go for the payload. This is where it's going to get a little bit more edgy for them. A charge going in as well. Great play. That's another headshot as well. Meanwhile, Momera on his Reaper, dealing huge damage onto the Roadhog. Will not be able to survive it though. Sweden is on the move, going in for the payload now, halfway contested. Meanwhile, Lodano on his Roadhog, dealing massive damage. That's the hook, that's the kill on Jolts. And Lodano got no problem at all. He's got the whole hog as well, 75%.
Absolutely. I actually really like the Roadhog pick on this map. Even if you lose some damage with the third tank, Roadhog is one of those characters on this map that can pull some of the defending team out through their choke point and just make it really easy for the attacking team to pick them up before the defending team can respond.
Yeah. Now we got the combo here, Yuri and Nutty B on the Swedish team. They got their ultimates ready to rumble. Whole Hog is ready as well. Twin Dragon too, so this could be the one. There it goes. That's a huge combination coming out. Prettywise almost as he goes down in the end, but Sweden did not get enough out of it. It looks like at least there comes, a little bit of a misplay there from Lidano. Almost gets the kill. He's gonna be able to get it though. It looks like it. Whole Hog being used. He gets the kill onto Momera. Momera survived for quite a long time. He gets another one on Jolts too. A triple kill as well. And that's the 4th kill for his team, while Lidano has been the player to look out for throughout the series. I mean, Sweden's players all excel, but Lidano has truly shown himself to be a pro player.
Absolutely, and once again we see this super scary combo between Stardust and Nutty B, who can really just dominate a team with that nano boost.
So Sweden going in for the final push. Nothing have been able to stop them so far. They got a nano boost ready, so they can go for the nano boost to get on Nutty B. Will they be able to do it? There comes the Zomberry as well. There comes the ultimate. Will nano boost be used to survive it? Looks like he's gonna be able to survive just for a little bit at least, trying to keep his team alive here. You got SARS, here's Vomera with DPS, and Sweden was almost completely wiped in that push. But I think it was sort of calculated, to be honest, from Sweden's side.
Maybe, maybe not. They ended up using some of their ults which they might not want to lose. They really tried to make a great push there, but Finland actually countered it super well with the Zarya Graviton Surge coming down perfectly against the Swedish team push.
It's also worth mentioning that Shades has dropped the hands up for this part of the map. Not the best place to use a Hanzo anymore. Going for the Pharah instead.
We also saw Sarda switch out from Ana after she used her ultimate, going on that Mercy to have some of that backup if they get wiped again. I think they felt the pressure from Finland, and now they want some security if they get wiped again.
Spacewalker being eliminated. Shades doing a great job. Damage from above, or rain from above even, will have to fall back. This has been a little bit difficulty here for Sweden, pushing in this final, like 32 meters.
Absolutely. Sweden is in a disadvantage. They can't really use their tricky high grounds anymore that they have excelled so great at, which makes Finland play this very well. They are really cautious about the few high ground that is there.
Oh, Pretty Wise going in for it, but the charge is there together with Shades as well. Rain from above, she screams, there goes the damage, but Sweden got 2 players down as well. Shades is still alive, looking for the spot here, trying to get the kill onto the enemy supports. He gets one of them at least, he got Nero down. Sweden still going for the push. Finland got the final stand, will be able to get it. High Noon being used just to try to force Finland back, and it looks like it's actually working.
It definitely is working, and once again I think Sweden now is playing a little bit more aggressive than we saw them play before, because now they have that Mercy security that they can depend on. Now they can really go in and try to get the picks that they want.
Very close. Sweden actually finished the game right there. Not quite though. Pretty Wise is eliminated. Another kill for Lidano on McCree this time. Here comes the Death Blossom. It's a huge one! Lidano goes down. Not too many, but a lot of low. Womera getting a great play there. There's the head and Stavnish, and the rain from above as well. Huge damage coming out from Sweden. That's the Bastion as well. While Ur is trying to find some sort of flank, will not be able to get it. Sarda's dead. Got the resurrection, but was it enough? On to the overtime almost. Sweden is there on it. Will be able to get it. Not quite sure. That's so close. 3.5 more meters for Sweden to be able to get the win. 2 more minutes. Can they make it?
I believe so. Sarta's there. She wanted to reset, so she jumped down, killed herself, denied some of the enemy team some ultimate stacks, and now they're ready to go in again versus Finland with all their ultimates.
Here they go. That's a Graviton Surge from Sweden, but Finland's still holding on to theirs. Not sure when they're gonna use it. Getting 3 kills, and Sweden still have not been able to push through. Sotus does not have Resurrect ready just yet. 81%, 82. We'll probably try to get that for the final fight.
Here we see
Genji now.
We see Finland playing that ice cold. They know that they don't have to waste the Graviton Surge, and that was a perfect play and a perfect fight for Finland.
Shades on the flank, dealing heavy damage. Will survive that one as well. Shades doing a great job staying on the flank, not going too far yet, always being on the enemy side of everything, looking for that backline. Here comes the charge. Sweden is yet again ready for the push. 1 more minute. This is a nail biter. Can Sweden do this? High noon being used. There we go. There comes the graviton surge. High noon now. Will he be able to get a dead shot? Not getting any kills. Shot's not gonna catch Lidano, but he's still gonna go down. Immediately resurrected, a huge resurrection for Sweden. Still gonna get Sotis as well. Doesn't matter. Will they be able to get the push anyways? Shades is dead. Finland is looking very strong at the moment. 20 more seconds. Vomera on the flank, looking for the Swedish players. He gets killed. Not sure what killed him though.
I think it was a combination of a Zenyatta orb with the McCree, making it a long-range snipe to watch out for. So Zarya got kind of caught off guard, didn't shield in time, and got picked off.
Okay, Sweden here on the overtime now. Shades is on it, he's on the backside of everything. Vomera goes in, gets the Death Blossom. They got in 2 Swedish players, 3 Swedish players are down. There's another Graviton Surge, and it looks like Finland's actually gonna be able to hold this. Sweden gets viped almost. Only Wieland left, and that's the first loss for Sweden so far. Finland showing where it's all at. And
Absolutely.
That was not what I expected.
Me neither. This was a great play from Finland. We saw them struggle a bit in the beginning. We saw them struggle with Sweden utilizing the high grounds as they did. They were really quick on the first point to go up, dominate the high ground, so that the Finland had a struggle to face off against the McCree, and then the 3 tanks of Sweden just pushed into the point, dominated the point together with Hanzo and McCree, and that kind of crushed Finland. But Finland came back in a great way as soon as the high grounds disappeared. We saw them utilizing the tunnels and the cramped space with the Zarya ult together with Reinhardt to get off some great combos. And also the Reaper ult together with the McCree ult kind of forced Sweden in a playstyle that they have not been used to in this tournament yet, because they had to run everywhere. And you kind of want to counter a Reaper ult by running in a lot of scattered directions, but if you're running in a lot of scattered directions, then you have nothing to defend with against the McCree ulti, which made Finland kind of guaranteed to pick up at least 3 kills from just comboing those 2 ultis together in such a perfect manner. And also, these 2 ultis were often used in combination with Zarya or Reinhardt using either Graviton Surge or Earth Shatter, which completely immobilized the Swedish teams, so that not even the rest could save them after that disaster.
Yeah, and I got a little feeling that Sweden got sort of stressed at the end. I mean, there were a lot of times they went for the push, they didn't have the ultimates ready, they were sort of ready in time than they used it, but it wasn't timed perfectly, and in the end it all just sort of fell flat. Really.
Absolutely. I think they felt the pressure of Finland, and they got a little discouraged because they haven't felt this pressure yet from any team in the tournament. And as said, Ringos, the Swedish team, is one of the top players in Europe, and I think they might have gone into this game a little cocky.
Might have, definitely. We'll see what's going to happen this game. Sweden going in very heavy, almost fully shard Zarya immediately on the Finnish side. Gonna deal a lot of damage, charging up for that Graviton Surge. Sweden going in hard and dying hard. Yet again, Finland on the attacking side. It's not looking the way we thought they were.
No, this is not looking good for Sweden. Sweden, once again, they kinda gambled. They were trying to hold the high ground, which was the path they chose, and was not expecting the super fast and super heavy push from behind, which almost immediately picked out Zardas. And then we see the Reinhardt just a second after Zardas is picked off, charging the Zarya, making her immobile and not being able to put out her shields to shield her teammates or to charge up to get her maximum damage.
So Sweden again with Farah on Shades. Lidano this time going for Reaper with a Death Blossom. Shades getting a good flank here, gonna have the high ground, dealing some pretty heavy damage on Pennywise, gets 1 kill. That's the ultimate as well. Finland's not looking too strong at the moment. Shades getting a lot of damage off, but all of a sudden was eliminated by Vomera. Got off the play on his Reaper, probably got the headshot.
Yeah, Farah there, she was doing some great backline damage, but she ended up using all of her boost trying to do that damage, which made her really immobile once she landed in front of Zarya.
Oh, here we go. That's speaking of Zarya. Graviton Surge used 2 kills, but immediate recovery. That's the resurrection. And Zarya is gonna keep his team alive, although those are 2 pretty important ultimates.
Absolutely.
There we go. That's the charge going in. There comes the ultimate Death Blossom together with Zenyatta as well at the same time. It's gonna neglect most of the damage. Sweden got 2 dead players. Going for the Mercy as well. He gets it. Sartus is down. Gotta be still up again now. He's gotten his ultimate. Earthshatter is there. Romera is really showing he's a very strong player this game.
Absolutely. Vomera is doing a really great job with this Reaper. He's so up and close into the Swedish players' faces, and they didn't count with the Reaper being so up close and personal that they lost Nutty B really early and a lot of their tanks.
Oh, Sweden going in now, Finland going in, I mean, and we got a little bit of problem, but here we go again. There goes the Graviton Surge. Finland is being demolished. That was just 1 second, the feed was down, and while that happened, Finland is gone.
You know what they say, once you blink you miss it, and what we saw here was the super great combination between Yura and Shades. Shades using her rain to above to really eliminate the enemy team quickly, and while Yura kind of groups them together with a Graviton Surge.
Oh, here we go. That's the Earth Shatter, gonna get the damage. Discord all being used. Got Yuri a little bit of trouble on the back line. We got Spacewalker as well going onto the back line, dealing heavy damage, missing his charge. That's the Mercy. Jumping to the rescue for Euro. That's the push, and Sweden did not do as well as we thought they were.
Sweden actually got demolished, and for people wondering, that was one of the spectator machines that left and not a player. Which is why we had that small moment of blinking.
Yeah.
But as you said, we see Sweden is actually really dominated by Finland, and this is really weird.
I did not expect that.
Definitely not. We definitely thought that Sweden would come on top and just dominate throughout the tournament. But then again, we saw when Sweden played last time, Sweden banned King's Row. And this might be the reason why Sweden might not be one of the teams that tactically handles King's Row as a team. Because still, we saw Sweden on top with some of their plays, comboing their ult is great, but they were always 1 step behind Finland in map control.
Yeah, I mean, I felt like every time Sweden made a play, Finland made a better play, basically.
Absolutely.
Finland was sort of just baiting it out, waiting for Sweden to use their key ultimates, and as soon as that happened, boom, Finland goes in. Also, some of those Graviton Surges we saw from the Finnish side were absolutely on spot.
Absolutely. They caught at least 5 players, making it really easy for the Finnish team to pick them up together with their AoE carries, such as Reaper, and together with Reinhardt, they had a really great time just smashing up Sweden in that Graviton Surge, making a lot of Swedish players go down really quickly without a great recovery to handle it.
Yeah, and also very important to remember that looking at all of these games, when you use your ultimates, of course we're looking for the ultimates up, but to charge the ultimates you actually need to deal some damage. And the Finnish side were always the heavier damage dealers, getting through, fighting the flanks to go behind that Reinhardt shield. And because they could do that, they got the ultimates a lot quicker. And once you get that ball rolling, and you get your ultimates onto the right spot, you deal the damage, then you got another ultimate again. So for Finland, they just sort of snowballed it, really.
Absolutely, they really quickly charged up their ultimate. They used them to counter the Swedish team's ultimate very efficiently. Sweden came up, they tried to show who was boss, they used their ultimates to kinda make Finland fall back, but Finland responded with some great defensive ults. We saw the Zenyatta ult a lot of times just completely countering Zarya's ulti, and Shades a lot of the time could not dish out the damage in the Zenyatta ult to actually be able to wipe out the Finnish teams, which made the Finnish team come back even stronger on Sweden when they were scattered, trying to get as many picks out of Finland as they could, and then immediately get grouped, get picked off by the big Zarya ultis, and this was their downfall.
Yeah, and I'm a little bit surprised, to be honest, that we haven't seen Diva being played.
Absolutely.
To try to counteract all of these heavy healing abilities. Of course, then you got Lucio with the barrier. But it's all about the timing. If you can force Lucio to use his barrier first, no problem then.
Diva is also one of those great players because she counters Zarya's ult together with both Reaper and McCree, because she can block the projectile so that you don't even have to worry about the ultimate. Of course, Reinhardt kinda does this with his shield, so you can kinda nullify the enemy team's damage with your Reinhardt shield, but at the same time, it's not as viable as just blocking the ult completely with a Diva pick.
Alright, so here we go again. Finland on the defensive side. And I'm not sure what Sweden's plan is gonna be. I mean, it has been sort of equal.
Absolutely.
But considering that we expected Sweden to go in and sweep this best out of 3, I am still sort of in shock that Finland was this good, to be honest. And I'm sorry to say that, to be honest. I mean, I realize that I'm quite biased.
We are biased, but then again, I want to say that we were biased, but we had the right to be biased because we knew that Iceland had some of their representative players for their World Cup, so we really knew that Iceland was a strong team, not someone that you can just push over and rush over. But Sweden did it with almost such ease that we thought that they were gonna sweep the whole tournament.
Yeah. That's a little bit of a barrage there from the Zarya pick, Yuri.
We also see the Hanzo pick coming out once again, trying to get those sneaky flanks and those sneaky peeks, not really putting himself in danger if he does it correctly, but can do a lot of damage really quickly onto the Finnish team if they're not ready for it.
Yeah. Shades really likes this Hanzo. I get the feeling though that Shades is looking a little bit for the solo kills. He's that sort of player who plays those champions. Oh, a great shot getting through the barrier. Finland going so aggressive. Another counter charge from Sweden, not gonna find its mark. Jolts is here on his Zarya, gets eliminated finally. Sweden is on the move with 3 dead Finnish players, 4 dead now. Pretty Wise just went down, Shades there on the flank. Looking for the solo kills as always.
This is one really big victory for Sweden. They actually pushed through one of the biggest and hardest chokeholds with ease. And though we saw Sweden kind of fail the charge, Jolts did such a good reactive play to counter that charge. He immediately used his grenade to get that sort of extra boost to jump out of the range of the charge, making the enemy Reinhardt, Nutty B, get out of position and to become an easy pick.
Looking at this, Ledano on the flank, trying a little bit of a sneaky play. Unable to find his mark though, it's hard to say. Sweden now going for the play. There comes the play from Finland. High Noon is being used. Will it be able to catch anyone? Actually, no, I'm not sure what happened there. Oh, of course, the counter play coming out.
That was really great because the only one who was really endangered by this High Noon was the Zenyatta. But Zenyatta can use his ultimate to heal his teammates as well as become invulnerable. So as soon as the High Noon came out, Zenyatta used his ultimate to kind of heal up the rest of his team from the poke that they have sustained, and the rest of the team scattered really efficiently, covering behind corners, covering behind walls to counter it.
Oh, here comes the Twin Dragon. Will they be able to survive this? Jolts just barely survives, will not do it for very long though. Meanwhile, Sweden gets 3 kills. Very well played combination from Sweden, utilizing their ultimates.
Absolutely, and here we see one of those Graviton Surge that is just very hard to counter, because when you're standing at the high ground, Zarya's ultimate works like a grenade.
Oh, here comes the counterplay from Finland, but do they have the follow-up damage? Does not look like it. Pretty Wise going down. Quite equal trade for this time. Nero did not have his ultimate up in time for the fight. Look like at least Yuri has to run for his life now.
I actually want to say that Sweden came out on top of this fight. It might not look like it because they came pushed back, but if you look at the ultimates, Finland used a lot of their ultimates to try to push back Sweden a little bit, but at the same time, Sweden did not leave that point without some gain. Now we see a full charged Zarya. Her ultimate is up, 50% charged. Reinhardt has his ultimate, even Sartas has ultimate up, and Lidano too. This is a very scary situation for Finland. They can easily be caught out of position one more time.
Here comes the high noon. He gets Shades. That's very important. Shades just had his ultimate up. He gets eliminated. Sartas as well. But Sweden was looking for the combination, did not find it this time. And a great play by Pennywise.
Absolutely. Pennywise just completely foiled Sweden's plans here. They were going for the high ground. We're looking to kind of catch Finland out of guard and just ult everything they have on them on the low ground. But Finland positioned themselves on the high ground to kind of see where Sweden wanted to go and completely countered Sweden's plans of engagement. Pennywise using his ultimate to push back and pick off some of Sweden's key player really easily and really quickly.
Oops, Shades in quite a sticky situation here. Did he go too far? No, it looks like he's fine. Oh, there we go. The hook misses, or rather it's being blocked. And here he goes on the back line. Shades going in. He gets one kill on Nero. 1 versus 1 still. Looking for some more. Great play, and there we go. Another kill onto Pennywise. So Shades dealing with the damage Sweden truly needs. Shades about to go down this time. No, actually survives again! And Shades is such a key player for the Swedish team. He eliminates the backline of Finland, allowing for the rest of his team to just completely demolish the rest of Finland's front line.
That was some great reaction from Sweden. They immediately pinched Finland as soon as they knew that Shades has picked off the Zenyatta, and Shades were able to pick out the McCree as well during the 1v1s. He was definitely the player who won Sweden this fight, and currently he is the key player for Sweden. He is the main DPS doing the work.
High noon being used yet again. Not gonna find any marks this time. That's not the best ultimate possible for Finland. A little bit of a problem for them. Here comes the Dragon Blade. Will it find its mark? Looks like it. No, not gonna find any kills, but it's gonna scare the Finnish team. Death Blossom is not available for Womera. Will not be able to use it. Sartas got the Resurrection. Lidano got his. Will they be able to break through? That's the question. Sweden is truly going for it. Shades again on the front line. It's blocking a lot of the damage. Quite low now, but it looks like he's gonna survive it yet again, and Shades is just going to town for this match.
Absolutely. Shades did some great play in the backline yet again, forcing the Zenyatta ult, but Finland came out top anyway because they were able to land a super great Earth Shatter, disabling a lot of Sweden's own backline, where they were trying to kind of pinch in on Finland and finish the deal. But the high ground Zenyatta did too much work for Sweden to handle, together with the Reinhardt.
Really wise. Looking for an opportunity to get his ult, and he is eliminated. Oh, Lidano was eliminated, I mean. There they go again. Finland is down. Sweden only got 3 players alive at the moment. And if you guys are looking at this and enjoying it, remember our hashtag King of Nordic. Tweet us and tell us what you're thinking. Do you root for Sweden or are you rooting for Finland? Because right now Sweden sure look like they could use some fans out there.
Absolutely. Sweden needs some support against Finland. We have been biased, but now they're looking really bleak against Finland, and they need all the support they can from their fans.
Sweden is pushing hard. There they go again. Finland going in with the Death Blossom. Will it hit enough? Not quite sure. He gets the kill on VLAN. Very important kill, as well as on Nutty B. Does not look too good for Sweden. Will they be able to get Resurrection off? They get the Resurrection, but is it enough? A huge play by Sartas, surviving that. Schultz going in as Shades as well. It's been eliminated by Shades. Will he survive it? Shades going in. Will try to block some of the damage again. Trying for the push. He's almost solo here. Charge is being used by the Reinhardt from Spacewalker. Will kill the rest of the Swedish team. A lonely Shades is here now. A Diva comes out in the last minute from Finland, while Shades goes in again to get the overtime just before he is eliminated.
And here we see the Diva pick. Diva really wants to get out to the point really quickly. It's not so much about her great ability to counter enemies' ultis. She just wants to get out there to counter the overtime that Shades so desperately were looking for.
Round 1 completed.
Switching
Sweden
sides.
again only gets to the second checkpoint. Finland being up 1-0.
Absolutely.
Sweden is on the ropes. They need to hold on. They need to stop Finland. If they can stop Finland from getting to the second checkpoint, Sweden wins.
Yeah. Sweden wins? Finland wins.
Well, if... no, wait.
So if Sweden gets to the...
If Sweden can stop them, Sweden's on the
Yes.
defensive side. So if they can stop them to get to the second checkpoint,
Sweden win.
Sweden wins this, well, this
Yeah,
round,
this
obviously.
round, obviously, this match. But once again, I see that Sweden has this sort of tactic that they like to go with. They want to get into the high ground, and they really depend on different high grounds to make their key players shine. And the rest of Sweden, they're kind of trying to play around this, which makes Finland having an opportunity to counter that. And you can really see Finland doing that really well. They play around how Sweden wants to get into the high grounds, position themselves at different high grounds or at the same high ground with their sticky targets, making Sweden's path into the high ground. That is a high ground in every sentence.
Yeah, well,
but
like for example, do you think Sweden should go for the high ground? Is that what you're saying?
maybe, I think so, yes. However, Finland counters Sweden's high ground is the TLDR, and that makes them come out so much on top, instead of Sweden winning the fights that we have seen them do in the rest of this tournament.
I think Sweden at the moment might be a little bit too straightforward with what they want to do. It's so easy for Finland to predict
Absolutely.
where they're going and what they're going for. And really the plays that Sweden has been able to do has all been about Shades being the solo player. And right now Shades going for the Pharah instead. Not gonna be that sort of heavy solo pick potential.
I don't think Pharah is that much of a heavy solo pick potential. She kinda needs either a Graviton Surge or maybe a Earth Shatter.
That's what I said.
Yeah, I was... Oh god, sorry.
No, no,
I'm just-
that's, you know what, that's fine.
But
'Cause
she
you are my
kinda needs
friend.
to live off someone else's ulti.
Yeah, you're absolutely correct. Definitely. Alright, Lumira on the Roadhog, looking for the solo picks here. Almost found it, did not quite hit the hook. Just gonna have to run away before he gets stunned.
Great reaction from Lidano though, immediately up there at that high ground, trying to counter and chase them down, which he succeeded with.
A little bit scary though, because Finland, they got this a little bit difficult choke point. Gonna get through it right now, that's the Neurosurge. And the charge counter, but Naughty B gets immediately taken out. Another charge being used by Spacewalker this time. Did not quite land it enough, didn't pin, just knocked away. Finally gets Yuri anyways. And Finland's looking good.
And here we see one of the strong sides of Ana being used. Not only did he hit a great nano boost on Reinhardt, so Spacewalker could just go in there and hammer at will. She also used her casket really well to counter the enemy tanks from being healed, which made Naughty B in a really exposed situation against the already boosted Reinhardt.
Sweden again on the high ground, one could say. Looking for the advantage.
Damn it.
Lidano probably wants to try again to go for the dead shot. There we go, Lidano using it. Will he be able to get it though? A little bit difficult situation. Does not land it, sadly. Oh, there's a Graviton Surge being used, but immediately the Rocket Barrage as well. They get one pick. Is it enough? Heroes never die indeed as Sweden stays alive. They got in 2 of the Finnish players, but is this gonna be enough? Those were a lot of ultimates being used for this fight.
Indeed. We saw a lot of the ultimates coming out. Both Graviton Surge were used. Sweden did not use Earth Shatter, but Pharah used ultimate to get down Wumera, and I don't know exactly who else got caught out, but it was one of their key players, I think. I think it was it Boss Bobros?
Not sure to be honest.
However, the picks really pushed back Finland, and they tried to reset the whole fight one more time, trying to get something out of the fight after they've already lost it.
Another High Noon coming out. It's High Noon indeed. No one is dead, but it's still High Noon, and we still love you, McCree. Barrier about to go down. Naughty B going for the play, and here they go. Huge play being used, but no headshots for Lidano. Gets the stun onto Prettywise. Great play from behind. He finally gets taken out, but he got 2 before that happened. Finland 3 players down, while Sweden is going for a very aggressive play yet again. That's Sartas going for the resurrection. He gets killed, but at least he managed to heal. I think it was Naughty B who he saved. I'm not sure actually which player.
He got both Naughty B and Shades, I think, but no, not Shades.
Shades died immediately afterwards,
yes.
if that was the case. And Finland is again so aggressive. And I feel like Sweden, they get the big plays, but in the end, it doesn't really matter because
Sweden
even though they got the AoE damage.
Absolutely, Sweden is doing some great ulti combos, but Sweden is really struggling currently with being this challenged on the high ground.
Yeah, definitely. And Lidano trying to get another ultimate off, was killed before he could kill anyone. That's almost an ace on the Swedish team, and Finland is just dominant. They're pushing through so heavily. Anytime you see Lidano trying to use his dead shot, immediately everyone in Finland scatters. But as soon as it's used, or if someone gets the pick on Lidano, they're back together again, or hiding just behind Spacewalker. Womera is the one who's been killed a few times, but his attack is no big problem for them really, and I'm not sure if the problem is the Swedish focus.
It might be the Swedish focus, but I think Sweden's biggest problem is, once again, they're contested in the high ground.
Graviton Surge trying to get through the barrier, will not quite be able to. That's the resurrection, a huge one. Graviton Surge as well was used together with the Earth Shatter. That's 2 dead players on the Finnish team. Sweden is still playing very aggressively, but I'm not sure because Finland seems to almost enjoy it. They have no problem at all playing in this very aggressive play style. Almost seems like it's going in their favor anytime it's a chaotic fight. Finland is the one coming out on top, although this time though, Sweden was the one who just got slightly a slight advantage.
And to just comment quick on the tweets, of course Norway was one of the teams that went to the final. Team Riddle for Norway, and we are excited to see them in the final versus either Sweden or Finland. And as you say, Finland kinda likes this aggressive style. They go really aggressive against Sweden on these high grounds, trying to bait them or trying to taunt them to use their ultimates prematurely on some of their non-key players, so that Finland can just go in there and break them down.
It's a scary situation. Barrier was used, will not save Lidano though. So Wieland used the barrier, it was immediately counteracted. There comes another heal, but a great charge will kill Womera. That's the ace on the Swedish team, almost only Shades alive. Does not look too good. Can Shades save this all by himself? The barrier is immediately popped by boss Bob Ross, and it does not look good for Sweden. That's the kill on Shades. They're going for the final push. The Swedish team has now resurrected, but it will not be enough. Round 2 complete, and Finland with the 2-0 versus Sweden.
This is an amazing playstyle.
Yeah.
Finland is so aggressive, and they played around the high ground 99% of the time that they played. When you saw them go up to the push through the big chokehold with the tunnel or the bridge over, they were always hiding behind the walls in spawn or behind the Reinhardt to really go through the high ground that Sweden so much likes to utilize with their McCree or maybe Shades as Farah or Hansel. We have seen both this game. And they just completely counter it. And when they got into the building, pushing to the second point, we saw Finland just immediately escaped straight into the building, countering once again the high ground play with the McCree and the rest of the team, which made them Sweden never really caught any of the Finnish players out of guard.
I think that the problem for Sweden was that Finland were so calm this game. Anytime something happened, they were just like, yeah, cool, we're gonna counter it. And I think that was the key point for Finland, the way they countered the Swedish plays. Sweden went in really aggressively, just trying, okay, we're gonna try to force our way through you, not gonna have a huge battle plan. We're just gonna rely on ourselves being much better than you are. And Finland was like, cool, we're just gonna back off. We're gonna get more damage onto you, we're gonna get ultimates faster, and when you try to use your ultimate combo, we just one of our ultimates to counter it.
Absolutely.
So any fight, even if more Finnish players died in some fights, it felt like Finland still came out on top.
Yeah, they definitely had the kind of micromanagement of their ultimates that Sweden was a little bit lacking, because they, once again, I think they were really cocky with the high ground. So whenever they could get up to that position, they kind of blew everything because they counted on them winning the fights with this play. And Finland saw through it, countered it, or maybe lost one or two players. But by losing the players, they backed off. Once again, they micromanaged the ultimates they wanted to use, and then they charged the rest of the ultimate while backing off so that they could strike back immediately after the two players came back from spawn.
Yeah, and it's like they used too much every single time. They just tried a little bit too hard without having a clear plan. What happens if we don't succeed with this team fight?
Sweden, as you say, they didn't seem to really have some sort of plan B. It was more just rush in, and if we die, we die. Then we regroup, and then we try to go in again. But they didn't really count that Finland would have their ultimates up by that time, because since Finland countered Sweden, Sweden was thinking, oh, maybe now we can push. Now we can just push into the cart, try to get some picks from the Finnish teams because they don't have any aggressive ultis. But Finland was just so effective at micromanaging their ultimates, building them up way faster than Sweden expected, and just crushing Sweden with that
and I
ability.
think a part of this is to be able to keep track of your opponents, like how much damage have they been able to deal, because that's how fast you get your ultimates up again. And I think that's a miscalculation. A lot of times you see them use ultimates and immediately you're like, okay, so it's used. But if they use it, for example, if you have a Mercy on your team, even if you used to resurrect, and you're like, yeah, cool, we survived it, we're gonna back off, they're not gonna gain too much, they still dealt all of that damage. So even though they spent their ultimates, they immediately get them again, and that's actually a drawback with Mercy that I haven't considered before.
Indeed, it is a drawback. But the big thing with Mercy is that if you can use it really quickly, she's kind of the counterplay to the counterplay, so to speak. If Sweden goes in there and baits one or two, or uses one or two ultimates to bait out maybe 3 or 4 of Finland's ultimates, Mercy can be that counter bait to resurrect the rest of your players with your ultimates up and just go in and counter the Finnish team after they sort of countered you. A little bit of a mouse and
like almost rock paper scissors, scissors. But I think the problem was that the Swedish team used a lot of their ultimates meanwhile. So even though they were prepared, they had the resurrection, they knew they could use it, they also used their own DPS at the same time before. So they use DPS, they go down, they get resurrected, but your ultimates is already used, they're already gone, and the only option you have is to fall back. Meanwhile, you did not deal as much damage as the enemy team did. They got the extra charges on their ultimates, and they got the advantage from that fight. Even though you survived, even though they couldn't push, they still came out on top every single time.
Absolutely. It is very interesting. And also, the picks that Finland did was also maybe a key to this, because the Senjata countered a lot of the ults of Sweden had.
Yeah.
The Senjata becomes invulnerable whenever McCree tries to ultis, so that is one less pick that you can get off. And we also saw Sweden play a lot of Genji, and now that Genji's ulti is nerfed and only works for 6 seconds, Senjata's Iris, it's actually one of the best counters to Genji's ultimate, because it makes the Finland team regenerate way quicker than Genji can dish out the damage.
Yeah.
Which make the Shade play, as you have said, Shade was kind of the player which Sweden built around, and when he struggles or maybe fails to do the killing blow to a lot of the Finnish team, Sweden doesn't really have the good backup for Shades when he tries to back out, and then Finland sees this opportunity, pinches Sweden, and uses their ult in an advantage to come back and to just counter-engage.
I got a feeling that Finland got surprised at first, Shades being that good, and then all of a sudden they could, when he tried to go for the backline, instead of trying to back off, defending versus him, which is what Sweden wants them to do, they immediately attack. They go straight forward, so Shades is being left on the backside. He's trying to go into a Finnish team who's already in the fight, who is already grouped up, and he has a hard time finding those solo targets, and he immediately has to back out instead. And in a team fight like that, Genji is not as strong as he is in his 1 versus 1 potential.
Definitely.
And that was a big problem for Shades.
Absolutely. One of the biggest problems, as you say, it's he picked a lot of these characters that is supposed to either solo kill or maybe do a great engage together with the team. we saw Farah, we saw Hanso, and we saw Genyu this game. And we saw it work once for Sweden when they lobbed the Zarya ulti on top of the house,
Yeah.
picking Finland completely off guard, and the house ult goes straight through Finland and just completely shatters their team composition. And this is how I feel like Sweden wants to play. And as Finland just saw through that so effectively that they countered the high ground, or they countered Shades by, as you say, they just pushed straight into the Swedish team, making Sweden confused because they can't really handle the damage that Finland is putting out if they don't have Shades in their backline or in their front line to help them out.
Definitely. But we're looking at next game, and that's going to be Finland yet again, this time versus Norway, and that's the final game for tonight, our final competitors for this week, and we're going to be here very soon with that. If you guys want to join this tournament, you probably check out our web pages where you can do this. That is the publiclear.se for Sweden, Iceland got esports.is, norwaygamer.no, Denmark esports.dk, and for Finland, it's fel.gg.
And what will we do now?
We're actually going to go for a quick break. In 50 minutes, next game starts, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
G2A.com, the best video game store ever! Fast as lightning, solid as a rock, cheap as duck. What's more, you can sell on it because it's also a marketplace. Remember G2A.com, the best video game store ever!
Welcome back to the new King of Nordic Overwatch tournament or cup, and we have just finished the qualifying team for the finals, or we're going into the finals now to qualify for the playoffs.
Definitely, and it's either Norway or Finland who's gonna go to the playoffs for the first week, so we're excited about that because
Absolutely.
we did not expect Finland to be that good.
We did not. But then again, Finland was one of our partners that just invited some of their best teams to come and play, and this Finnish team came on top. So this is one of the best of Finland.
Yeah, and I mean, it's so exciting to see the best players from each country. It's a lot different from what we usually see in other tournaments, where you know, they grab all the good players from all over the world, and it's really exciting. But this actually shows, because Finland, to me, I've been in League of Legends for, I think, 5 years now, and Finland in esports, since I only do League of Legends, has always been sort of a, well, wild card. There are some good players, but they don't have that many good organizations. So I did not expect such a high-level esports team come out. Yeah, performance come out from Finland. I really didn't know they had that. So I'm so surprised. I'm really excited, and I want to see some more. And we're gonna see that in like 5 minutes and 40 seconds.
Absolutely. Maybe Overwatch is Finland's niche.
Yeah.
This is what they've been waiting for.
They're just
in
good at
their
shooting
esport.
stuff.
Absolutely. And to recap some of our tournaments, we have one of our crew members that is usually on the King of Nordic CSGO to explain this for us.
Yeah. Let's take it away.
Hi there everybody, my name is Max and I'm here to briefly explain how the bracket works in the King of Nordic Overwatch Cup. Now, the King of Nordic Overwatch Cup works basically just like any other tournament, but in true King of Nordic style, we've added just a little bit of a twist to it. Now, every week there will be 4 teams representing their countries, except for in the first show, where there will be 5. Now, why we're having 5 teams in the first show, but not the rest of them, is because we have 5 nations: Sweden, Finland, Denmark, Norway, and Iceland. But only one of them can qualify for the upcoming playoffs each week. And just to clarify, the nation that wins one week cannot participate the week after, but they are more than welcome to try again with a new team 2 weeks from winning. And that's it really, it's just as simple as that. Now sit back, relax and enjoy the rest of the show.
Thank you, Max. And what we're doing here is we're qualifying the nations for the playoffs. And in the playoffs, the nations have a great opportunity to face off against some of the famous pro teams in the Overwatch or the Overwatch esports scene, and they will be playing for $5,000 in cash prizes.
Yeah, and we like that because
we like
cash
that.
is nice.
Cash is nice. But how can we let the community join in on this?
Well, that is a good question, and we're gonna answer that right now, because if you want to join this tournament, you can sign your team up. If you're from Sweden, you sign up on publiclear.se. If you're from Iceland, you sign up on esports.is. Norway is gamer.no. Denmark is esport.dk. And for Finland, it's fel.gg.
And once again, to communicate with us, we have some tools for that too.
Yeah, we totally do. And for that, we got Twitter. So you can write to us on hashtag King of Nordic, or you can go to our Facebook page and write to us there on Facebook/King of Nordic instead. If you want to tweet us, you can see it here live on the broadcast, ask us some questions, or just say hi to one of your favorite teams.
Yeah, give them support while they're playing, because this is actually some pro scene material going down.
Yeah, I mean, some of these players we see right now could absolutely be the pro players to look out for in the future. And speaking about the pro players, we're gonna go to the map vetoes to see which map's gonna be played for this game. Now, of course, we got the Eichenwald, who is permabanned. It's just how it is for this week at least, because it's a new map. We haven't been able to get our rule set around it quite yet, so we're not gonna introduce our players to that hassle. Instead, it's permanently banned for this week.
Next week we'll probably see Eichenwalde come out, since we have given the players some time to work it through, to see how they strategically want to play the match, or to play the map.
Now, Norway got the ban on King's Row and Hollywood as well. Finland for the Eloise and the Lijiang Tower.
Do you think Norway might have become scared of Finland's play on King's Row?
Probably. I think Norway should probably be a little bit scared from Finland's potential on any map,
absolutely,
to be honest.
But this is one of the moments where you can key ban out your opponent. If you have seen them perform extremely well on some maps, that's the time where you want to try to a little bit ban them out, to push them into some unwelcome environments, to make them struggle a little bit more than just with the enemy team, and struggle with the surroundings and how they should set up the team around this map.
Yeah. So now, looking for Norway, they're probably gonna be a little bit hesitant as to which map they want to play, because of course you want to ban out the maps that your enemies are good at, but at the same time that might be the map that you are very confident on. If you don't want to fight your opponent on the map you're confident on, then that immediately sets you in a really bad mindset going into the series.
Absolutely. It's a little bit of a double-edged sword, but here we see the three maps that we will play. It will be Temple of Anubis, Dorado, and Hanamura.
And I'm really happy to see yet another map being played, because Temple of Anubis has not been played yet so far. I mean, this is only the fourth game.
Absolutely. Fourth game ever of this.
Is it even? No?
Yeah, no, this is the fourth game of this tournament.
Yeah.
And we see Hanamura as the first map to be played. And not too surprising, this is a map where a lot of players and a lot of teams are confident. It has that potential of some good high ground picks, but also some good potential for a team to just push through and take the enemy team by surprise. So it has the advantage from both the attacking and the defending team.
Yeah, and I really like the Hanamura map as well, because it's a beautiful map.
It is.
Nice plumage.
It definitely is a beautiful map. Great job by Blizzard.
Yeah, I mean, we should probably mention that it's a great job by Blizzard just putting this game together, because
that too.
Blizzard has been, I wouldn't say like financially not struggling at all for the past 20 years, but looking at the Heroes of the Storm, which was supposed to be this huge esports game, it fell sort of short of that. And to be honest, I was a little bit worried about Overwatch when hearing about it from Blizzard. I was like, is this gonna be like Team Fortress, only with more characters? But looking at the game now, I think this is going to be one of the bigger esports games in the future. And of course, since, you know, the caster's curse, I'm probably gonna be wrong about this
I don't think so, actually.
Because anytime I make a prediction, it's always wrong.
It's usually like that, absolutely. Yeah. But I don't think that you're wrong on this game.
You know what? It's totally fine anyways, and I think it's awesome to watch Overwatch on King of Nordic too, and I'm really happy you think so, Frederick Hell. And I think there's a lot of people out there who's really happy to see Overwatch coming out this way, actually, because the King of Nordic format is so interesting in comparison to a lot of other tournaments. Not to be putting any other tournament down, but I really like that there are nations fighting against each other.
Absolutely, and often our format is, the way we cast it and the way we produce it, sometimes it's a little bit easier to melt down than what other productions do. But I want to just take this last 20 seconds to quickly run through that for Norway. We have Tricky, Eskil, Lysin, Maniacs, Dave and Epilus once again. Team Riddle Esport Club going out strong on the attacking side.
Yeah, and from Finland it's Team Migraine, who is Boss Bob Ross, Pretty Vice, Space Waxer, Nero, Womera and Jolts.
And here we see that they're off.
The Diva pick now from Norway on Tricky. Might be looking for the high ground. He was looking up a little bit. Going in now. Trying to get the flank. Finding some damage. Will go immediately for the enemy Winston. It's gonna force Finland back into the checkpoint.
Diva is just one of those tanks that can go so aggressive so early with her great mobility and her great defense. She's a really scary target to get in your face and a really sticky to get away with.
Liaison now on the sniper of the Widowmaker. Looking for a pick on Zarya. Gets one headshot. Not gonna be enough damage to kill her, but she is very low now. Gonna have to fall back. Eskil is here only on 50 HP, but he will survive this just barely. Has to be a little bit careful from the sniper of the Norwegian team.
Absolutely. And why we see Norway's Lysin just pressuring down the Finland team with their sniper. We also see Dave going in there super aggressive, a big pressure on the Finland team on the point, picking down 3 targets in super quickly and getting that Dragon Blade for the final pickup.
So no ultimates up just at the moment. A huge play coming up here. Immediate reaction. Dave was eliminated. That's the healing grenade as well, being used by Ana. Pretty wise, doing a great job with the heals. So annoying with the Ana champion is the way she can heal. Gonna stay alive even through this. Being forced away and immediately gets the return. Gets the sleeping dart off and gets the kill.
Ana is one of those supports that you really want to look out for, just as Senora, because she can make some unexpected damage come out too quickly for you to react. With her nullifying grenade so that you can't get any heals out, then sleeping you so that the enemy team can just kick you down and just get on top of you and putting out all the damage they want in a flash, I want to say.
So Norway's right now a little bit of trouble, I would say, from that last fight. Did not go the way they wanted to. Well, not in trouble, of course, because there's 5 more minutes left on the timer. No problem at all. There comes the self-destruct. Gets 1 kill on Jolts, an immediate reset. Gets back into that battle suit. No problem at all for Tricky. It's gonna go immediately for the checkpoint. Will they be able to get it, though? That's 2 ultimates. 2 angry monkeys is on the map. There's a back attack on the Reinhardt as well from Tricky, and Tricky dealing heavy damage here, still standing on the checkpoint, is now contested, still so heavy. There goes the Graviton Surge, will be able to capture only 1, that's the Diva only being captured. No problem at all for Norway. They are going for the win right here and right now, but can they make it? That is the question. It's a really heavy push from their side. It looks like going to be a little bit deterred by Finland. And Finland is going to stay alive. We're going to stay in the game for now. As Dave runs away, he flees the scene.
Absolutely. And I just want to comment on what Norway did there. It was actually very clever. They made the Tracer go really fast up to the high ground, scout out where the enemy team were, so that Diva just immediately could send up her ult and scatter the Finland team, picking out Jolt really quickly and really easy, making one of the biggest threats from Finland go away in a matter of seconds, actually.
But Norway now has the Dragon Blade. They got the Harmony ult from Eskil, so they're gonna have the heal. There they go, onto the backline. It's gonna go for the Zenyatta. He gets it! Even through the heal from the spawning points, Dave gets the kill. Will have to die as well, though. Is it worth it? 2 dead Finnish players. They're gonna respawn very soon. And Norway is going hard and heavy. Lee's in there on his Tracer. Used his pulse bomb just before this. Did not get any kills. He gets the kill onto Jolts now. Still onto it. Can't get through the shield. Will he be able to get the kill on Zenyatta? Yes, he does. He gets Nero. Nero does not have time. Did not have his ultimate up and was not able to survive for very long. Norway going yet again. The point is contested. Lee Sin dealing so much damage. Still staying alive through all of this. No problem at all. Has his pulse bomb yet again. Will try to use it. Will not find any targets at the moment. The Zenyatta of Finland. Nero is trying to get to the point. Will not be able to. And that's round 1 complete in favor of Norway.
And this is really interesting. We see the flankers do a great job going around the Finnish team and picking out their weakest targets. They are really moving along with the Finnish team. They do have no struggle at all to kind of read out where Finland want to defend from, where they want to go, and how they try to place out their backline, which made that Lee Sin and Dave just had the power to go in there and make some devastating damage on the Finnish team. And while their front line were dominated by the Diva and the Reinhardt, those two tanks are two of the most damage-dealing tanks when they're close up to a target, which makes them still a pretty scary damage dealer.
Yeah, it's so hard to get through, but again, Norway just always has the upper hand when it comes to the ultimates, and I just have to say that the individual skill has to count for a lot in these cases. And looking at Norway, the way they play, I just get the feeling that they are the team who gets most DPS stealth, even though the enemy team is being healed, even though they don't die. It doesn't really matter because Norway just is biding their time, waiting for the ultimate opportunity to use their ultimates, and they get it, they go for it, and they completely wipe the enemy team.
Absolutely. These are some individuals with great individual skill, but I also think that they have some great communication between the teammates. They kind of read over each other in a way that other teams haven't so far, so they kind of know when to use their ultimate and not. They can feel in that when Reinhardt will ulti, they won't use the Zarya ulti if it's not to combo off to wipe the enemy team.
Yeah, they are very well coordinated. So let's see how they do on the defensive side. Finland right here, right now, are going for it. Gonna get locked in just for a few more seconds. There's a May on the Norwegian side. Lee Sin again, being the annoying player that he is. The one that we have learned to love. And here they go, Finland being well grouped, going for the choke point, gets done, and they're gonna lose a member immediately. Not quite a very low player on their side, but with a Lucio, that's gonna be the AoE heal, gonna keep them alive, going yet again for the high ground, will lose Bomera, and meanwhile Norway is getting some AoE damage onto them. Quite scary situation, but Norway's being pushed back now onto the defensive point. No problem at all, shouts Finland, going for a very quick point A.
Absolutely, and May is one of those characters that can be really great and really dangerous on this map. Because of her ice wall, you can kind of force the enemy team to go in the direction you want. You can block off different chokes, you can block off different points to force them and kind of make them go where you want them to be so that you can crush them in your chokehold.
But Liaison now on the Tracer instead. They're gonna reset the timer on the ultimate, so that's a little bit of trouble. Oh, a huge charge! Gonna deal heavy damage. There's damage onto the Zenyatta as well. Aplius dies. Not a great situation, but a resurrection is gonna keep the Norwegian team alive. Can they turn this around? The Graviton surge was huge there by Jolt. It's high noon has been shouted, but Dave dies before he can use his ultimate. And Finland is going for it there. Norway has almost been completely wiped. They're going for the objective. It's almost done already. Over halfway. This is even faster than Norway could take it last game. And this does not look good for Norway at all.
Absolutely not. Finland is utilizing this map so well currently. They just know where to aim their ultimates at this map. They're using the different small bottlenecks to just force the enemy teams to go through all of these super hard hitting ultimates or scary ultimates that will make your team completely mobilized.
Speaking of scary as well, I mean, this is a panic play now from Norway. That's the Graviton Surge. It's gonna stop the final defensive tryout from Norway. No problem at all as Finland takes it home in 5.5 minutes.
Absolutely.
Score 2-2.
Finland showed that they came here to win. They used the map by they pushed where they wanted to push, even though the enemy May had the time to block them out. They didn't really care about it. They adapted, and then they pushed through and thought about how do we utilize this new space that we have to fight in. Which ultimate should we use? Should we use the Zarya ult to make them come together so that we can AoE them down, or should we use the Reinhardt ult to just disable Norway's movement and their damage at the time? And this is something that Finland is really strong in doing.
And Finland, I mean, my biggest problem here is that both of these teams are very, it's not a problem really, but they are very equal. Both made it look really easy to take that checkpoint B. The checkpoint A was almost immediately captured.
Absolutely.
And I'm not sure if... We're gonna see if Finland can hold on to checkpoint A just a little bit longer this time. They have the time advantage. They had 5 minutes left. Meanwhile, it was just 3 minutes left for Norway. They're gonna use this time now and go for yet another push.
Round 3 is a really interesting round because now both teams has got a feeling of the other team. They can kind of read them a little bit better, try to counter them out by doing a different play style that the enemy team won't suspect.
So here we go again. Norway on the attacking side. Finland playing very aggressively, got their front line deep into the Norwegian back line, no problem at all. And Norway only got 2 players left. A very lonely Tricky here, trying to survive. He's got a very well-charged weapon, of course, gonna deal heavy damage with it, but it's not gonna be enough to keep pushing, gonna have to fall back. Still, he's alive, though.
Absolutely, and Finland was actually the team coming out on top with ultimate percentage here. We have seen Norway utilizing moments like this even when they lose perfectly by charging their ultimates on the remaining players so they can go back in and go hard. But this time Finland did that better than Norway.
This is a very scary point for both sides. Norway need to be very aware of the timings. Spacewalker being eliminated there, Lee Sin again, the crazy player that he is, dealing heavy damage, going onto the back line. And will again go for it. There comes the Graviton Surge. Will they have enough AoE damage to follow up? No, it does not look like it. There's a Zenyatta ult as well. Will heal and of course counter the Graviton Surge as we have seen so many times tonight. That's a scary play by Lee Sin. He's going to die immediately, trying to just deny his opponents a little bit more of the ultimate charges.
Absolutely, he just want to reset that fight. He knows that no of his teammates are there to back him up, and he doesn't want to charge Finland even more so that they can make a good comeback when they go for the next push.
This is a few percentages, but they can be very
it is actually 10%
deciding.
per kill, almost.
Yeah. Okay, here they go. Norway is on the move, going for a very aggressive attack right here, but here's the Earth Shatter, gonna get Tricky. He is eliminated by Spacewalker. Lee Sin again here, trying to look for to deal some damage onto the backline, will not be able to, and Finland yet again defends.
And we see Nero here just positioning really well, waiting with his ultimate for when it's crucial, and also be able to pick out some of the damage dealers from Norway.
This is scary now for Norway. They got 45 more seconds, only got 1 ultimate. It's the Dragon Blade from Dave, but here they go. Norway going in immediately on the point. There comes Boss Bob Ross. He got the barrier, no problem at all. As Norway now is going pretty well, actually, even through the barrier of Boss Bob Ross. Did not deal enough. There's a pulse bomb combination, and it deals a massive AoE damage. Gets 3 players at the same time.
Here we see one of the most perfect executed combos with the Tracer and the Zarya that is so scary. A stuck pulse bomb on weak teammates on the weak players of Norway just immediately takes them out.
And it will save them for this time. Here's the overtime, but I don't think Norway can do this still. It's a big problem. Will they be able to make it? Doesn't look like it. Earth Shatter being used by Finland. And that's the overtime almost expiring. No, actually it is not, because Eskil is still there. He is invulnerable. He will die. Overtime is probably not gonna be enough. Norway needs to get onto the point, and round 3 is completed. Norway did not take checkpoint A.
And once again, we just see that super well positioning of Finland, how they position to themselves, how they just communicate with each other. Immediately after Zarya used her ultimate, Tracer was there in just a second, throwing out the pulse bomb because she knew that the target that she would hit with the pulse bomb would just be eliminated in a second.
And that is always the scary situation when you're playing versus a Zarya and a
Tracer.
Tracer. Thank you. I immediately, of course, lost the word.
Caster Curse.
Yeah, Caster Curse.
It is real.
I'm
And
looking
the
forward to
scary
see
thing,
how Finland's gonna play this.
me too, because now we see Norway in attack. We saw them kind of trying to go for the same strategy they did in round 1, and Finland read that pretty perfectly. They picked the Tracer to counter the Norway flankers that dealt so much damage to them in the first round, making them able to pick up both points really quickly. But I'm pretty interested in Finland's defense, because they're also once more picking the Tracer for the Woomera, which may have them result in going for some offensive plays.
Finland is gonna be very offensive here on the attacking side. Not sure though if we're gonna be able to. Oh, here we go. Was that a perfect block? I'm not sure if it was. Liaison on the front line, trying to get them while they're in this choke point, but Finland immediately moves forward to the high ground. There comes the shield, or rather the wall. Liaison trying to block off half of the Finnish team, was not quite able to. They did not have the position needed to follow up on that play.
Lee Sin was looking to block out most of the Finnish team so that they could just clasp in that small environment and try to take Finland down. But the wall came up a little too late, so most of the Finnish player could go into the chokehold and made Norway not have the confidence to go in there, trying to go for the pick that they needed to defend this point.
Here they go again. Norway has lost the barrier, going in for the charge. Pretty Wise managed to get away from it. Still onto it, dealing a lot of damage. Oh, there it goes. That's the ultimate being used by Dave, but Dave gets killed before he can capitalize on all of it. And now also trying there from Pretty Wise, was not able to hit anything. Doesn't even matter because Finland still getting the point. Norway was wiped. And there is nothing to do. Finland got this game in the bag. That's game number 4, or rather round number 4, and it's completed with Finland as the winning team.
Final score 3-2.
I'm actually speechless. I was sitting here in silence because Finland played this so well against Norway. And we have talked about Norway being great about using their ults and conserving their ults, but Finland played this in such a way that it was so hard for Norway to read what ult Finland had up or what ult that they would put down to counter their engagements or their defense.
Yeah. As the play of the game, I have to say that Dave has also been one of the players that you really need to look out for, and even though he could not quite deal as much damage as he wanted to throughout this entire game, he's absolutely one of the players that Finland needs to really watch out for.
Absolutely. Dave has this potential to just mash up your backline in a matter of seconds if he goes free. So you always have to keep your eye on him if he's playing something like a Tracer or a Genji, because he will be there and he will take your backline out if you're not careful. So either your backline needs some sort of backup, they need to be prepared, maybe a McCree or maybe someone like Hanzo needs to be there to defend them, or their backline need to be very close to the front line so that the front line can clash back and help them out if needed.
And of course, you also need to have the ultimates to counter him. I mean, depending on the champion he is playing. We saw that last fight where Finland they managed to go through Norway and managed to almost wipe all of them. Dave was he was just about to use his dead shot, but he was killed before he could use it, and that was very important for Finland.
Dave positioned himself very greatly. He was in the high ground trying to aim down the point to take out as much of Finland as possible. Too bad that the Finland team has already picked out too many of his friends so that he became the main focus as soon as they heard their ultimate going off, making them take him down so quickly and resulting in him not being able to use the Deadeye to its full extension.
Yeah, and also have to say that Woomera is also one of the players who did so well, was always on point with the damage, with the ultimate combinations.
Absolutely. Woomera Which is the Finnish?
The Jolts, I think.
Absolutely, it's Jolts. Womera and Jolts has this sort of connection where they have been a lot of times where they use the ultimates at the same time to kind of clash down. They use it to really dish out the damage effectively, as we saw with the Pulse Bomb combo with the Zarya. That is one of the most scariest combos in the game, because you are guaranteed to wipe a lot of the damage dealers. Maybe not the high life tanks if they're not poked before, but it's still just, you can almost count on a complete wipe with that combo going off in your face.
Absolutely. Remember, guys, this is the final game for this week. The team who wins this are going to playoffs and gets the opportunity to play versus some of the pro teams in Europe for the shot of getting $5,000 US. And right now, Finland is 1-0.
Finland is up 1-0 to Norway, and now we're seeing an assault map. And this is just after Hanamura has been an assault map, we see another one. So, do we think that Finland would be on top once again because they're kind of adapted to the playstyle? Or is it Norway gonna come out on top because they know how to use the space, the big space, to combo their ulti and how to kind of preserve them to come out on top on Finland?
Well, it is an important question, isn't it? And I'm not sure. We haven't seen Norway play this map yet. I'm not sure how they're gonna utilize it. They got of course, Finland got the Roadhog for this one, together with the Reinhardt. I sort of like Roadhog because of his solo pick potential, as well as I absolutely do not like Roadhog because he is the more DPS-y sort of tank, and he can be quite easily taken down by champions with a lot of AoE heavy damage, just like, for example, a Reaper.
Once again, we see Dave and Lee Sin on two of their top flankers that they play, and this is why I very strongly agree with the Roadhog pick currently, because Roadhog is one of those characters that can reach into your backline and pull out the danger from your healers, such as a Genji or a Tracer. A correctly landed hook will nullify Norway's damage in an instant.
So Womera here on the Roadhog. Finland is struggling just a little bit. Norway got through the first choke point for this map. The Temple of Anubis, this first capture point A, has a lot of places where you can flank, but the first drop was quite difficult, and oh, he gets S-kill! That's a huge pick. He gets Nero, that's the barrier being used, but Norway having a little bit of trouble. Even though they got Finland's support, they still struggle just a little bit.
And here, once again, we see the Roadhog is doing so much work, picking up opponents left and right to help out the backline. He immediately switches back to help the backline against the Winston as soon as he got the first pick, while Zarya and McCree could focus on the incoming frontline and the damage that they will do.
Also, Maniac's there, sort of wasting his ultimate. Used it to stay on the point just a few seconds, but wasn't able to actually get anything from it. Jason now on the backline with his Tracer. He got the Pulse Bomb up. There goes the Graviton Surge together with Womera's Whole Hog, dealing some heavy damage. Norway is on the move. It looks like gonna break through. Womera finally goes down, the last player on his team to die. And I do believe it was Jason and the rest of, together with Dave, probably got onto the backline. Meanwhile, Womera was not able to respond to it in time.
Absolutely. We saw Dave and Lee Sin just going through the backline once again, doing what they're supposed to do. But the Whole Hog was there to stop the front line and did a really great job in doing so. But in the end, it became kind of pointless because of that backline damage.
A big misplay there. Lee Sin was caught by Womera, immediately was killed. Meanwhile, Dave switched it up from Genji to a Reaper instead. And Womera still looking for the flank, looking for some more pick potentials. Will not find it right now, no problem at all still. It's probably gonna be a little bit annoying for Lazen to have died so quickly. There goes the Graviton Surge. That's a huge play, but immediately that's a Zenyatta to counter it up. No problem at all. Jolts is there on the front line, being knocked up into the air, jumping around like crazy, trying to avoid the damage. Finland so aggressive onto the point. Meanwhile, Norway's doing their best as well. Go so aggressively. finally going through the Pennywise's mech, and Pennywise dies just seconds after. Norway is going for the win here very quickly, very convincingly, taking it down with 47 minutes left to go.
And I actually want to give this game to Dave. Even though Lee Sin was one of the main pushers of Norway, Dave switching to the Reaper to counter the enemy team's tanks is something that is really important, because Reaper is the most scary target to face off against if you're a tank, because his shotguns just did so much damage on close range so fast that often you can't really react with some of the defensive ultis or defensive cooldowns that you have on your character as a tank, which makes the enemy team's tank kind of have to play around Dave all of a sudden instead of trying to face Dave when he's going into their backline.
Yeah, it's so annoying as a tank to play versus a champion that you can't really 1 versus 1.
Absolutely.
It is so hard. And I also have to say that Finland has with the Nero was there to counteract the play from Tricky, just going for the ultimate counter, but I'm not sure if he didn't have it up yet or if he was just slightly slow, because a lot of Finland's backline died to Tricky's Graviton Surge before
Absolutely.
Nero was able to react.
The Graviton Surge just came out so fast, dealing so much damage that maybe Nero didn't have the time or wasn't in the right place to react, because I think Nero kinda wanted to stay a little bit further back in the backline than that you normally want, because Lee Sin is just so aggressive on these backlines. He goes in there, does so much damage so quick that maybe Finland didn't have the time to react.
Yeah.
And then Nero was forced to counterplay that by going back even more.
It's just like, it's half a second sometimes.
Absolutely,
Correct.
you blink and you miss it.
Yeah, and it's so important as a team, because you as a solo player, of course, you need to look out for this, but as a team, you really need to be very verbal so that you don't miss it. Even if you with your back turned, you still got 5 more sets of eyes to look out for you, and that's what teamwork is all about. That's what you need to have, that teamwork. We've got Momera on a sniper, trying to find the kill onto the Mercy. He gets the headshot, but it's not enough, actually, and it wasn't fully charged, so he did not get the kill onto Eskil. Eskil is healing up right now. Meanwhile, Dave onto his Reaper yet again, trying to break through the shield of the Reinhardt. Now in a little bit of trouble there. 1 versus 4 is just one too many, as Dave is still in a very aggressive position.
Dave seemed to try to kind of predict that Finland would once again go as 3 tanks when they wanted to push, because it's so strong to push with 3 tanks, with 3 big health guys that can just constantly stand on the point, take so much damage. But instead, Womera switched up to the Widowmaker, which completely counters this Dave play with the Reaper, and I think that put him off a bit.
Yeah, absolutely. Finland now has the higher ground. The question is if what Norway is going to do about it. The problem for Finland is that they can't really go onto the point. Now finally going for it. Do not have the ultimates off quite yet. Meanwhile, Norway has 2 ready and finished. Going in for a big play there. Did not get too much out of it. 1 dead player from Finland, as Finland is still very aggressive. Going here for the choke point, trying to avoid as much damage as possible. Break it down indeed, as the sound barrier has been deployed together with the tranquility as well. It's gonna keep Jolts alive through a lot of damage. Graviton Surge is available. Will not have to use it because there's nothing here that can deal any damage. Norway wasted a lot of ultimates there and did not come out on top of it.
That was actually very interesting. Norway started to come out on top. They picked off the Reinhardt before Finland even had time to react. But Romero just salvaged that situation so well. He immediately went into the backline when Norway wanted to go into the front line, and just cleaned up all the healers so that Norway didn't even have the force anymore to push through the front line.
There's the rush and the focus from Omera on Dave. Heroes never die, as the resurrect will keep the Norwegian team alive. I'm not sure if Finland has what it takes to counteract this. They do not have enough ultimates for this, with so much damage dealt. But Norway is now finally going down as Dave has respawned. It's such quick respawn timers, really annoying. As we saw pretty wide. No, Womera captured him off guard, managed to kill him, and then just a few more seconds he's up, going to town yet again on both the front line and the back line at the same time.
And here we see Dave with one of the scariest Reaper plays. Putting yourself in a high ground, making yourself invisible for the Finland team, so that if the Graviton Surge hit, just... While I say that, Caster Curse, he gets immediately countered and shut down.
It was expected. Dead shot now. Will try to zone out. Lee Sin will die while zoning out the rest of the Norwegian team. Finland still staying strong on defending this point. And it looks good for them. Norway now. Dave coming in with the damage, but not enough. No one dies except for Dave himself. A big problem there, because just another pulse bomb will not be able to kill anyone as Finland is going for the push. Although Finland did not push this quite as quickly as Norway has, and it's still not finished. Resurrection by Norway has been used. Dave is still dead. That's the Earth Shatter being used as well, together with now Eskil being eliminated. That's a Zenyatta as well, doing his best to keep everyone alive, but will not stay alive himself. He goes down. Norway still haven't taken this point, and it's still looking good for Finland. Will they be able to defend this?
That was such a good ulti, but Nero. As soon as the Death Blossom comes out, he immediately uses Iris, completely counters out the ulti by Dave, which makes Finland come out on top, have a moment to relax, and just try to push away as much of Norway's team as possible, try to push them into the spawn again, so that the defending players on the point, or so that Finland can keep some defending players on the point to make Norway not be able to come back on the point to push them out.
And here we are again, 2 for 2. Finland with 1-0 in this series now. It is the final game. Finland is up 1. Now with 3.54 seconds versus Norway's, I can't really see. I think it's 4.47.
It is 4.47. So Finland has less time to attack, so they kind of need to adapt this. Do they want to play some fast and mobile characters, or do they want to depend on them actually outplaying Norway on these points? Because you don't really have the time, as you do in the first round, to go out, face Norway, back off, come back again with your new set of ultimates, and just try to outplay them. So now you really have to think about, do we want to play a fast-paced game with a lot of attempts, or do we want to have this one big strong attempt and really just try to rush over Norway, take both the points and win the game?
Yeah, that is the question, because they only have time to attack like 3 times at most with overtime. And they're going very aggressive, going very quickly. But Nero has already died. He was picked off, I think it was by Lysin again. And Lysin and Dave, as the damage dealers for the Norwegian team, are really doing their job. Now Joss on the high ground is gonna have that slight advantage, but as we saw last game, that does not mean everything. And if Norway can't sort of cut off the reinforcements from Finland, that could be huge. Dave has been eliminated, does not look too good for Norway at the moment. Finland is being so aggressive. How will this be played out? Eskil is almost at his ultimate, but not quite enough. Meanwhile, boss Bob Ross is trying to chase the last remains of the Norwegian team away.
And Eskil goes down. So now they know that they have the point. But it was really interesting there. We see Lee Sin, as soon as the front line exited the door from the choke point, he just immediately went in for that Mercy, picking her off to disable her as quick, or not the Mercy, it was the Zenyatta, I'm sorry, to immediately disable him for the coming point, so that they didn't have the defensive ult to defend against Norway's ultimates.
And here we got Formera on the side. He gets a Plagueis. Very important that he got him. Got his ultimate up now. That's the sound barrier as well as a solo play, but the resurrection is huge. Will they be enough? Eskil did not survive that though. Will his team be able to? Does not look like they don't have the combination to follow it up with. And even though that was a great Graviton Surge, there was no damage following up. Lysin has been killed. Finland is on the point, and it's not that they're going to take it. That's a very lonely Zarya over there, trying to defend solo. Now here comes the support. That's the D.Va, being knocked away immediately. Eskil will not be able to survive it. Going in with Nero as well, keeping his team alive. Finland almost got this point as Norway is trying their best to defend it, but it doesn't look like they will be able to. Round 3 is complete with 2.09 minutes left for Finland.
That is a really amazing play. They immediately salvaged all the situation that they could salvage. If someone got picked off, they still tried to just push in and try to get the picks that they needed from Norway to get into the point and keep it as long as possible. Norway kind of responded with trying to use some of their ultimates to just keep the timer going. Even if they couldn't salvage some kills from those ultimates, they needed to get the timer reduced as much as they could for when they wanted to attack.
Now Finland is on the defensive side, and from game number 1 between Finland and Norway, or rather round number 1 in this particular match, Norway took the point very convincingly and very quickly.
Absolutely.
So looking at Norway's defensive capabilities has not been enough to deter Finland, but at the same time, Norway's attack was so much better.
Absolutely.
If they can continue this, we're possibly looking at a 1-1 situation here if Norway takes this round.
Absolutely. Norway needs to take this round and really defend against Finland. But now that the timers are starting to get so short, Finland might not have the time to do the re-engage that they like to do. They might not have the time to get the back line up again before they need to really attack the point, which might be what wins Norway this game.
Dave on the front line, as always, with his Genji, doing his best to avoid the damage, being so slippery. Such an annoying champion. Genji gets the headshot off. He's just gonna charge up the Dragon Blade for now. Meanwhile, trying to deal some damage onto the tanks of Finland. On the other side, they got Jolt's vision right now. They're going for it. Norway going straight in for the heavy damage. Not gonna be able to. That Maniacs went down. The Maniacs indeed as he dies. Dave as well, trying to follow it up. Not quite sure about that play from Norway. They sort of went in one by one there.
I think what they tried to do here was Maniacs was supposed to be a little bit of a bait. He jumped straight into their faces to kind of stress Finland out a little bit, while the rest of the team tried to move through a chokehold to get into the point and have advantage to shoot the defending Finland from their backs. But it failed quite miserably because Minox went down way too fast and Finland just were on all the correct places at the correct time, picking down the flanking enemy team.
I have to say that Prettywise has been a sniper on his McCree, just getting the high prior targets at all times. Wamera right now, he has the pulse bomb. Will he be able to use it on a good target? He gets Eskil as well, so that was some very important picks as Norway keeps he keeps trying to attack this and Finland keeps defending.
And now yet again we see Wamera kinda waiting out with her ult to combo it out with Jolts.
I'd like to see that NA Riku is cheering for Norway and Team Riddle. Meanwhile, on the Finnish side, it's Team Migraine as the Graviton Surge hits. Jolt is dead. Is it enough though? Norway is still on the attack, going in hard, but Tricky is about to go down, does not have his shield up. Will be able to survive this, does not look too good as he gets healed. Survives just for a little bit longer, dealing heavy damage. That's the Earth Shatter, doesn't hit anything. Barrier has been used as Tricky goes hard and heavy for it. Barrier will keep Lucio alive there for a little bit longer as the Pelagius going in very aggressively. They get Space Walker. It looks like Finland is gonna break through this time, will get point A. Meanwhile, a very lonely Wamera is up on the high ground, trying to defend all solo, all lonely. Will stay alive at least. Gonna have that back sort of flank as he goes in.
Wamera is looking to build up his ultimates as much as possible before the rest of his team can come in and help him out. And he's doing this really nicely. He's doing a great job picking up the enemy team right now.
And he gets apple juice as well. Still going so aggressively. Will try to chase down Lee Sin. Will he be able to? Yes, he does with a final headshot. He gets him. And Wamera is still trying to defend this, but point A has been taken. Now they need to get back to point B. Wamera has his ultimate up, but he needs to wait for Jols to have that real combo potential.
And once again, we just see Norway using their ultimate much more sparingly than we see Finland. Finland was kind of panicking when they were hit by the Graviton Surge, throwing a little bit of ultimates left and right, not conserving them for defend on this point.
That's quite interesting. Romero uses his ult before Jolts has been able to charge up his. Not quite sure. It all depends on if Romero can get it up in time again, because that might get a really bad timing for their team to get the ultimate combinations up. Gonna have to wait for it. Meanwhile, Spacewalker has it up. Jolts almost got it. Nero has it. I'm not quite sure if it was worth it just to try to stop the push a little bit longer. Here comes the High Noon. That's gonna be the damage buff, not through the barrier as the ultimate comes in, but it's gonna be stopped by a barrier as well. Pretty Wise will just barely be able to survive that one. Meanwhile, another Graviton Surge is being used. Heavy AoE damage being thrown in. Davis has been eliminated. Escalib is eliminated. Meanwhile, Nero is doing everything he can to DPS, just spamming away his attacks. Discord Orb Ubes healing up. And that was a great play by Finland. Once again, blocking Norway, as Norway only has 40 seconds left.
Absolutely. That was some great play by both teams. We saw Finland used Romera's ulti a little bit early, but I don't think it was the incorrect play, because it 100% stopped Norway's snowballing potential here, because they no longer had the Reinhardt shield to go in and do some damage.
Oh, once again, Romera going for the front line, and it does not look good for Norway. Without the Reinhardt, they can't push in. So this was that was definitely a great play by Romera, the solo player from Finland, well, as Finland as a team has been playing beautifully. And even though Norway had 4 minutes, this does not look good. It is Finland with 2 more minutes left to go. Even through the overtime, will they be able to do anything through this? Nero has his ult, there it goes. Experience tranquility for his team as they do while they're going for the win. Few seconds left on the overtime. No one is left here from the Norwegian team. Overtime is done as Finland takes it. They are this week's winners with 2-0.
I am actually quite shocked.
Yeah, Finland like coming out from nowhere. Norway got a lot of people cheering on for them. Meanwhile, Finland is like, yeah, we don't need fans.
Yeah, we haven't heard a lot about Finland. They kind of have this... We haven't heard much at all about them. We just know that they were invited by our partners, our Finnish partners. They invited the best teams that they knew, and this Finnish team came out on top. Migraine is doing such a good job managing their AoE ultis, totally countering Norway's kind of micromanaging of their ultimates.
But that play, Jolts, and of course Jolts as the play of the game, well deserved.
Absolutely.
Definitely.
Absolutely. I think what made Finland come out on top is the solo performance of the players, because I still think that Norway was kind of the better team as a team structure, because they were much better at conserving their ultimates. They went in, popped 1 or 2, and often they almost aced the whole Finnish teams with just 1 or 2 ultimates, but the Finnish performance on an individual level just kind of outmatched Norway in this match, and made Norway eventually not being able to do the picks as efficiently as Finland did.
Yeah, definitely. And also, I mean, the most interesting thing I thought was that I feel like the Finnish team, Migraine, they seem to have more, I don't know, tournament experience, I would almost say, because I felt like the Norwegian team, they played well at first, but when the pressure was put on them, I mean, Migraine, they just sort of seemed as calm as before, just played exactly the same way. Meanwhile, Riddle got sort of a little bit scared, I felt. Like they just pushed too hard, they went too far, they died in weird positions from time to time. And I'm just not sure if they were expecting this sort of play level from Finland, really.
This sort of competitor, absolutely. We only saw Finland really panic one time in all of the engagements, while we saw Norway maybe get a little bit disoriented, not having that sort of positioning that they always have when they win the fight and when they have their ultimates up, which made Finland come out on top. And I still think that is the individual level speaking for Finland.
Yeah.
They could face off 1v1 and Finland would almost always come out on top.
And I have to say that Romera with the plays over and over onto the front line, getting the pulse bomb, and also being so risky with using the pulse bomb without the rest of his team not being quite sure if you could charge it up on time. He has felt like, yeah, I will be able to, it's no problem, keep flanking, keep going for it. I think I saw Womera get solo killed like 1 versus 1 maybe 2 times.
At the max, definitely.
And these were long games.
These were our longest games so far, absolutely. And as you say, Womera kinda has that solo performance level where he knows when he can go in or when he needs to back out. And he also feels very confident with those kind of risky plays. He knows that his team doesn't have the ultimates to back him up when he goes in there for the Reinhardt, but at the same time, he's so confident in himself that he can hit this pulse bomb, stopping Norway in their tracks and just get back to his own team and watch them plow through the Norwegian team when they don't have the shield up anymore.
Yeah, those solo kills can be so important when you are 6 versus 5. It's just it's just determining the team fights immediately.
Absolutely. Especially if it's one of these key targets such as Reinhardt or Zarya. If you can pick one of those down so quickly into the team fight, the Norwegian team almost can't even engage anymore.
Yeah.
Because they have no safety behind the Reinhardt shield like Finland will have.
Yeah, it's impossible really. But, you know, we need to move on because that was our last game for the night.
Absolutely, but you know what? We will actually be here the same time, same place next week with some new great matches. Sorry that Finland can't compete next week, but then there's more potential for all the other teams that we have seen today to shine.
Yeah, and you know why Finland can't compete next week? Because they have already moved on. But if you want to compete with us, you want to join us on these web pages. If you're from Sweden and want to join this tournament, you sign up your team on publiclear.se. If you're from Iceland, it's esports.is. Norway is gamer.no. Denmark is esport.dk. And for Finland, if you want to join, it's fel.gg.
Yeah, I couldn't have said it better myself. I was a little bit speechless. I'm still a little taken away by these plays because since the King of Nordic style is kind of, we want to bring up the up-and-coming pro team. So we're often looking at maybe more of a Tier 2, Tier 3 type of team than the actual Tier 1 teams. And that makes it stunning that these teams can actually perform on a level which is so close to Tier 1 that it's amazing.
Yeah, it really is amazing. And if you thought so too, you can join us on the hashtag King of Nordic on Twitter or on Facebook. It's /King of Nordic, facebook.com/King of Nordic. Just write us whatever you want, or just say hello to one of your favorite teams, or maybe some of our casters. I don't know. Whoever you want to talk to, really. He's your favorite caster, I know that. Because he
you were gonna say that you are their favorite caster. We have to compete.
Oh, right, okay. What we do? Okay, because I'm your favorite caster.
There we go.
Alright, but that's everything we had. The winner is Finland. Congratulations once again. We are so happy about this. This is the first week only. In 4 weeks, we're going to have all of our teams competing in the playoffs versus our invited pro teams.
For $5,000 in cash prizes.
That's gonna be huge. So see us next week, same place, same time. It's gonna be in 1900 here on King of Nordic Twitch, and this has been a pleasure.
It really has. Goodbye for now. See you next week, and we hope that we will see you again. We will be there. Will you?
I sure hope they will. I'm not sure what.
We got a note here, but it doesn't say anything.
You got a blank note?
We're just gonna blank note.
Alright, you know what? Just fade out. We're just gonna. Yeah, that's our names. I'm just gonna fade out right now. Just any second now.
Any second. Are we famous?
I don't know if we're famous, really.
Are we not?
I know my mom is watching.
Hi, Mom.
Does that count? Hi, Mom.
I think that counts.
Yeah, totally.
100%.
Definitely. You know what? This was fun.
This was an awesome time. Go to our partners, participate. We want to see you against the pro teams, and the pro teams want to see you against them.
G2A.com, the best video game store ever! Fast as lightning, solid as a rock, cheap as duck. What's more, you can sell on it because it's also a marketplace. Remember G2A.com, the best video game store ever!